So I'm hoping that people have come over. Chat is going on a field trip. Yes. Right, let me get out of here then. Um, yeah, good. So, hey Josie, Josie's made it. A few people have made it. Hey Josie. Right, let me set up the other one now then. This is where it could all go wrong, right? This is where it could all go wrong. Um, Sarah P made it. Happy days. Katie made it. Happy days. Right. My sound might go really bad here, right? If it does, let me know. Uh, let's see what happens here. Right. Bear with me. Window capture. Let's capture this window. Um, right, got that one. Thank you. Yes, please tickle the like button. Please do. Right. How is my audio right now? Um, oops, what have I done there? I'm not sure what I've done now. I've messed something up. I know that much. Right, let me. Right, so that's up there. I can put this down. I'm trying to juggle, you see. I'm trying to juggle here now. Right, snap, crackle, pop. Keep talking. Happy days. Right, I will keep talking. Right, I'm about to launch the other one now. So let's see if this baby works. Go live. Confirm. So I'm keeping talking now. The other one is going live now. Right, fine. Now I just need to find the link for the other one now. Right, just bear with me a second. Where do I get that one from? Oh, it's just open now. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Happy days here again. Something, something for you. We build a happy, happy days. We build a happy, happy. We build a happy, happy days. We build a happy, happy days. Happy days. Right. Let me refresh this page and then refreshed it. Right. It's like, oh, let me put you on, sir. Save. Right. Anyone got a like the video? There's only 3 likes. What's going on? What's going on? I will just like this could be disaster, guys. I'm just saying this could be disaster. Um, right. So the second some cackle. Okay, that's good to know. Right. So the second the watch along is in this one. So for the fairy tale one, that's in that one. Um, webcam. Let me change webcams then. Hang on then. Properties. See, we're doing this. 2 people in the happy days. Um, Mike. No, it's not a mic. I want desktop audio. Uh, Webcam, that's the one. I don't want that on, do I? Right. How is the audio now, guys? How is it doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing today? How we doing today? Right, so that's set up now. Happy days. Let's see what's going on here then. Let me just get that out. I'm just trying to do everything here. Very happy days. Remember to also like. No one's watching it. Everyone's buggered off from the other trial. I should have done the other trial, should I? Um, or was I just being too clever? Right, hang on. What am I doing here now? Pretty good. Thank you, Katie. Now I'm confused. What am I trying to do? I know. I know what I'm trying to do. View on YouTube. I'm doing two streams. But no one's watching the other one. So yeah, okay. Right. Are we having a laugh? There's 15 people here and there's 5 likes. Come on, people. Please like it. Please like it. Oh, I need to change my thing now. Switch accounts. Oh, hang on. Crackle comes and goes. Jesus. Not until you fix your mic. Right, hang on. Let me play about with my mic. I think the problem I got, Lady Law, is because I've got two of them open. Because I've got two things open, I think that's the problem. Right, if I just there we are. Right, hang on. There. If I change what are we doing? 1, 2, 3. How are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Are we doing all right? We're doing all right here? I don't know why I started the other stream because I can't even speak on the other stream. So it's literally I just take the other stream down and then just film when there's a verdict. I just film in here, and then I'll just be able to chop it out. Oh fuck it, yeah, let's do it that way. Yeah, I'm doing it that way then. Fine, 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 fine. So whoever's a viewer there, thank you very much for being a viewer there. But we're closing that one down now. End stream. Um, I just get nervous when Lady Law's here. Do you know what I mean? Whenever she's around, I just get bollockings, so I get nervous. So let me take that one down. This one I can go out the way. Now the mic should be better now. The mic should be better. Oh, so this is a new trial we're watching. So I know nothing about this trial, by the way, in case people think I know something. So we will still be showing the other one, but I'll cut it out then and put a video together for it. This is the bathtub murder. Share. No, it shouldn't be coming and going now. This should be back to perfect. The audio should be perfect. Look at Lady Law there. Look at her. Still comes and goes. Sounds like Lady Law. Ted Kaczynski. Right. Now, Lady Law, you can like it because it sounds good. Yeah, I can't play two at the same time then. That's fine. I know that now. That's fine. So this trial, I know zero about this. Mm. I didn't know you meant to start a new trial today, would. Oh, we're all over it, Johnny. Johnny boy, we're all over it. I already did. Thank you, Lady Law. Thank you, Lady Law. What you should do is create like 5, 6 different accounts and do it like some people do, and then like it all. Um, right. So we got you in. Lady Law is in. So we're ready. We're strapping in, guys. Strap it in. I need to get the other one now. Bear with me, so I can see when. So the plan is we've still got the other trial, right? It's in running the back with me, right? So I picked my pants as well because I spilled all my water down my bloody new chair. So I'm a bit wet. So, so when there's anything happening in that court, we will pause. So, people watching this replay, this is a new trial. It's called the Bathtub Murder Trial. David Trones. He's allegedly believe alleviated his wife. What's that? Oh no, it's not. Um, in a bathtub, I presume. But we're still watching the box murder trial. So when the verdict comes or anything happens, I'll switch it here very quickly, and then we'll, I mean, recommence. Whew. Right. So with that, I know nothing about this trial. Believe all women. Oh, right. Before we start, something's happening. Right. Before we start that trial, something's happening. So I gotta go back this one now. If I've just closed the other one down for nothing, I'm gonna scream at somebody because I've literally verdict reached. Oh my god! Well, that's not good. Do you mean here we are? It's now been reached. You saying that, Katie, as in you know it's been reached, or you just saying that as in maybe it's been reached? Because I am peeved a little bit. I just switched the other bloody thing off. Hey, Chris, still here. Hey, Chris. Says so fight. Okay, so the verdict's been reached. Okay, this is exciting. I can't believe I just shut the other one down. And I can't believe I shut the first one down. Mother. Yeah, it's all right. We were behind. I think they've been deliberating for like 2 hours. 2 hours. They started around, I believe, 9 o'clock this morning. That would make it about a lunch break as well. For I thought they said, oh yeah, deliberate for 2 hours because they were out there for about an hour and a half listening to the testimony. So deliberation's been about 2 hours ish. So we watch this. If you are here for the Bathtub Murders, guys, just skip ahead, skip ahead, skip ahead. Um, and oh, I don't know. I need to do something. Gee, I'm just mad now that I just bloody deleted the other video. Mad, mad. Is this good for members only? Yes, my dear. But you are a member, so you're fine. Yes, it's this girl. To be honest, like, yeah, struggles streams with D. I know. It is Sugar Street because and I did it all while I was eating dinner, spilt most of my bloody water all over my new electric chair. Well, it's okay, it's not really, it's not really worth it. Asking for a friend, literally. It's not there's nothing much in this. The only thing that we got in now is Jonathan's photos. Do you know what I mean? So you're not missing out on anything. Well, the only thing they're missing out is members only streams. Do you know what I mean? I'm still all good at OBS if needed. No, do you know what? I'm all good now. I like OBS, right? But it doesn't do the chat like I wanted to, and it doesn't do the guests like I wanted to. So we've ditched OBS now. We've just gone back to StreamYard, which StreamYard sucks, but it's really good for guests and for chat. But thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate that anyway. You may have a bit of time. Yeah, court to be. I know. I know. This sucks. You can't hear it. I mean, what are you doing if you're Timothy right now? How many times have you pissed yourself or gone to the toilet? What do we reckon, guys? I reckon he's gonna get jail. I think they could be find him guilty for some of the lower counts or something. I think they could be guilty of something. Yeah, I'd be, especially now. It's been literally they just sat there listening to testimony. They went out. He probably went, let's have a beer, let's have a bit of food, and it's like, nope, come back in. It's like, what? I've just ordered fish and chips. I'd probably wait for the fish and chips to be honest with you, because I'm probably thinking, well, that's probably my last meal, proper meal. Jesus, I was an arse on that. Yeah, I don't think he should get jail for the big accounts. I could see him getting something for the small accounts. Definitely, I think. But how much is that gonna be? I don't know. I don't know. I did think the defense gave a good closing arguments, though. To be fair, did think it was good. I do think the prosecution team is annoying, but I still don't like the guy in defense either. I think he's annoying. Yeah, verdict's coming back. It's coming back, but it'll take another quarter of an hour, 20 minutes probably for everyone to get back. Oh, I'm saying that he's back, so the defendant is back. You're probably gonna kiss her now and hug her. They know that's the last time they're gonna see each other for a while. Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. Next 5 years. Oh, look at her, she's crying. She's gone. She knows he's gone. That was super fast, Jan. Yeah. So contentious. I saw something say it's about 2 hours, right, Dirk? Because they were out in court for like an hour and a half, plus there was a bit of lunch and stuff. So I think deliberations itself is about 2 hours. I mean, she just knows, and she just knows he's gone. And look, his wallet been given back. He just gave his wallet back. Jesus, this is, when you know. Do you know what I mean? When you know, that's it. There is no winners, no. Oh, a couple of hours is super fast, Jan. I totally agree with you. They started the break at 9 o'clock this morning, and it's now what? What is it now? 1:42 in Florida. So call it 2 o'clock then, right? No, say 1:30 because that's when they came back. 10, 11, 12, 1. So 4.5 hours there, minus about an hour and a half to watch stuff, plus probably an hour for lunch or something. So it's roughly around 2 hours. Oh, he looks defeated. His wife's crying. He's just giving his wallet and stuff back to, I believe, his friend or brother, whoever that is. I think he knows. He knows it's done. I would be shocked though if he gets 35 years, the 30 years. I'd be shocked. But I think they've gone for Leicester. I think they would have gone for Leicester. Um, Jesus, Perry. The parents look like could be siblings. Perry in with a bang bang. Hers Rise coming next. He does look worried. But she might take a plea deal now, depending on what happens here. If he gets 5 years, um, then I think she'd take a plea deal for about 2 years, rather than taking all the costs for going through it all again. Um, Sarah P as well. I thought that would you and your incest guys, Jesus. Yeah, I think he knows he's done, but not how amount. That's it. He's going straight to jail. He's going straight to prison now. Sorry, he's enjoying one last like few minutes without cuffs on. That's what he's going through. Even the lawyers look despondent. Wasn't too abused considering all the sick stuff we see. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, for me, there's a punishment there, um, but not. Lou said earlier on, right, this morning, you guys missed it. She said this shouldn't be a crime. Maybe it should maybe go to family court. I sort of agree with that. It should go family court, not a criminal court. They may allow him to stay on bail until the sentence is out. But yeah, maybe. I doubt it though, because the sentence has been done. If he's been found guilty, I think it's different. It depends on the level this is gonna be, you know. Um, it depends what level it's gonna be, I guess. Normally, once it's come down, they're like, "Yeah, you'll go to prison." And I suppose he's a bit like, well, might as well just start it off.
Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Howard Coates presiding.
All right, good afternoon. Everyone may be seated.
Also, he might sentence tonight.
All right, court is back in session on State versus Farrader. Let me have appearances, please.
Yeah. But I suppose he might as well just start it. You know what I mean?
All right, court has been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. Are all sides ready to proceed? All right,
Because if you
Mark, you may
started
bring the
now,
jurors out.
that's a month or so less then to do the other side of it, you know? Right, Katie, everybody be on ball here to see, because there's a lot of counts here, and I'm not sure what's what. Even think, though I think he knows what's going on here. He's still praying, though, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? I don't think the state did a good job of it either, but I also don't think the defense. I thought the woman, she was great. The whatever her name is, I thought he was crap. The guy, To be quite honest with you, thought he was rubbish, but she was good. I thought, well, not amazing, but I thought she was good. I didn't think much of the prosecution though. Those two attorneys. As soon as we finish this now, then we'll go on to the next trial. He's great. I agree with you, Jan. I thought she was really good. I liked her. What's it called? Pussy Bow? Or what's it called? She hasn't got her on today, but
All rise.
jury entry. Jury entry.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Pussy
All right,
Bow. There we are.
members of the jury, has the jury selected a foreperson? And that's you, Mr. Bushy? All right, Mr. Bushy, has the jury reached a verdict in this matter? No, you can just tell me yes or no, has the jury reached a verdict? All right, if you could please hand the verdict to my courtroom deputy.
Oh. What is that? What I do in laundry, I put dog toys in with colours of white.
Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
Here we go. Here we go.
In the Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial Circuit, Criminal Division in and for Palm Beach County, Florida, case number 22 CF 001136 BMB Division B. State of Florida versus Timothy Dunn Farrader. Defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count one, we find the defendant guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged in the information. As to count two, we find the defendant guilty of false imprisonment as charged in the information. As to count three, we find the defendant guilty of neglect of a child as charged in the information. So we say all this 12th day of October 2023 in West Palm Beach, Florida, signed by the jury foreperson.
All right, does either side wish to have the jury polled? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there's been a request to have the jury polled, and that simply means that each of you will be asked the question of whether the verdict is your verdict or not. If it is, you should only answer yes. If it is not, of course, you should answer no and nothing further. So Madam Clerk, at this time, if you could please poll the jury.
Wow.
Juror one, were the verdicts as read your verdict? Juror two, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror three, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror four, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror five, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Juror six, were the verdicts as read your verdicts?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, this concludes your service to your community in this matter. I want to thank you for the time and commitment that you've made to this case. It went a lot longer than I'd originally estimated. But in any event, I watched all of you during the course of the trial. You did exactly what I had requested. You stayed focused and tuned into the evidence during all phases of the case. And I hope everyone has a much better appreciation of the great responsibility that comes with serving as a juror in our community. So with that, I do want to thank you. My bailiff will give you a letter of thanks from me. Also, a certificate of appreciation from the Palm Beach County Bar Association, and a short little survey that I'll just ask that you return it when you get some time. Other than that, I do wish the best to all of you. And with that, you're excused. And Mark, you may escort the jurors out.
Wow. I expected guilty, but not for that.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, Ms. Coakley, anything that I need to address as far as adjudication in accordance with the verdict?
He doesn't have a prior adjudication, but it is aggravated child use as a first degree felony. So we'd request adjudication at this time. We'd also ask that he be remanded into custody at this time,
Okay,
pending sentencing.
Ms. Murad?
Your Honor, I would request that the court, as to him being remanded, he has been out of custody for 2 years without any issues or any violations of bond. If the court is inclined to remand him, my request is that the court put him on a monitor. He does have a place that he can live in Palm Beach County. He has no criminal record whatsoever, and he has no custody of any of the children.
Okay. All right, so the court, I'm going to adjudicate the defendant in accordance with the verdict, guilty of the charge of aggravated child abuse, guilty of the charge of false imprisonment, and guilty of neglect. At this time, I'm going to remand the defendant to the custody of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. That's without prejudice for you to file any type of motion that you deem appropriate, Ms. Murad, for pretrial release or release during pending appeal. This ruling today is without prejudice for me to receive that and consider that at the appropriate time. Let me get an idea as to what the state is looking for in terms of a sentencing hearing.
I can do it as soon as the defense can be ready. He is entitled to a PSI. I don't know what the defense's position is as to that.
I will waive PSI, Your Honor. This is a sentencing that I should be able to get done relatively quickly. Should the court have time in 2 or 3 weeks?
I'll make whatever time that I have to expedite sentencing if that's what both sides request.
That's fine, Your Honor. I won't need more than 20 or 30 minutes for my presentation.
All right, so Ms. Murad,
I would need an hour to hour and a half.
so I'm going to set aside 2 hours for sentencing, and Cynthia, let's pick a date on an afternoon for 2-hour setting. No earlier than 3 weeks out. That should be enough time for you to do what you have to do, Ms. Murad, but no more than 5 weeks. So in that 2-week period there, let's pick a 2-hour setting. All right, does that date work for everybody? November 16th for sentencing
Yes.
for the state?
All right, I can just have 1 second to get to that. Yes, you said Thursday or a Monday?
Thursday, November 16th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at October. So sorry. Yes, that is fine with the state.
All right, so the sentencing of this matter is set for Thursday, November 16th at, what was the time, 2:30? 1:30, 2 hours reserved. All right, anything else that the court needs to address before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor, we are going to need to do a status. I know Ms. Marshall's in here. We're going to need to do a status check because I don't think we have a future date on Ms. Sperator.
Could we do it the same day as the sentencing?
That'd be fine, if you're good with
I
that.
might reach out to Ms. Marshall about having something having it next week so we can get,
Whenever you want to come in will be fine with me. The morning docket, as you know, is generally pretty heavy, so one more hearing is not going to make a huge difference. Okay. All right, so then that concludes the court's business today. I do want to thank both sides for a professionally presented case. We had a couple hiccups here and there, but over the course of an 8-day trial, that's to be expected. But thanks to both sides for the commendable job that each of you did. All right, thank you. Remanded 0 bond, but that's without prejudice for a subsequent motion to be filed. And if you have the orders on adjudication, I'll go ahead and sign those now. All right, so I'll remain here to sign the judgment and the adjudication. That'll be fine. So I'll remain on the bench because I have a long walk back to my courtroom, so it's better I just stay here.
So I believe he's
Okay,
offered
thank you.
24 months in prison and 5-year probation afterwards. So that's apparently what he was offered: 24 months in prison or jail. I'm not sure, prison or jail, and then 5 years probation after that. And there was probably a stipulation that he couldn't get the kids and stuff back, but we didn't see that bit. I mean, that's why we do the trial with Matt, guys, about about that. Yeah, Katie. Sometimes they do jail though, but I know they do jail for a lot of people up to 12 months, but maybe they don't do after 12 months. Then maybe, but I've noticed recently a lot of people get 12 months in jail
Shaquille, is this the original?
rather than prison. So,
Yeah, if you could just-
and you're probably right. It is prison, but yeah, I noticed that. Why do they do that? I don't know. They get jail instead of prison. I don't. quite understand it. But look, I've said that I thought he was guilty, but I don't think that he was guilty for the major ones. I would have put him guilty as the minor ones. So looking at about 5 years. So I thought 5 years was probably a little bit much as well, to be honest with you. So no, I don't know when it changes either, to be quite honest with you, Jan. So no comment. Katie knows more than me. So all I know is that I've seen recently people who are jail instead of prisons. But yeah, I mean, is there a minimum that he's getting? Is there a minimum here? Well, there's probably a minimum that he has to have. I don't know what the minimum is. Remand in jail. No, Chris, but in a lot of cases in the US, they go to jail and just stay in jail. They don't go to prison. So I get what you're saying, but there's a lot of cases, like the OnlyFans guy, he got 12 months in jail. So he got in jail rather than in prison. There's a lot, not a lot, but I've seen that happen now, that people go to jail now instead of going to prison. So let's call him a pre-sensitive report. Well, we'll see. I mean, this is it. No, no. Do you know what, Perry? I sort of agree, but no. So sentencing Josie is the luckily 16th of November at 11:30. 16th of November. Perry, I would say that I don't agree, but I don't quite agree. I don't think he should have got the maximum. I think the lesser charge, yes. I don't think that across the board I would have given him guilty, but you know, I do think he deserves time in jail, though, if I'm being honest. I said the other day, I thought, looking at it now, um, 2 years was a reasonable deal because that's probably what I would have given him. 2 years, to be quite honest with you. But anyway, there we are.
Mark,
What's your this?
have you got just a moment?
I would, yes. So he's been remanded now. So, so he'd be going to jail now, not prison, but until November. Then he's going to be sentenced November 16th. So if I remember, we'll watch it. So yeah. No worries, Chris. See you later, Chris. Thank you for being here. Good morning, good evening. His own daughter lived in fear he will kill her brother. No sympathy. I don't think it's sympathy. I don't have massive sympathy for him.
This is the only document I need to sign today, correct?
They're just within 30 years. So, well, they're going to shave his hair now, probably.
Judgment.
You won't
All right,
have that here.
the court's work today. Court is in recess.
Well, if I got decent mods, they'll remind me. Yeah, 30 is the maximum. Yeah. I get you. I wouldn't put that. So there you go. Thursday, November 16th, 13:30, boy in the box trial sentence. But I will remember that. But if you guys remember it, we'll watch it. All right. I try to give you guys the best of the best here, don't I? Better watch yourself. I totally agree with you, Perry. Perry, if he gets 5 years, I will 100% agree with you. 5 years is what I would say. I still say BS unless if I yeah. Kimmy, isn't it Sarah P. Delan? It's your job, though. Yeah, it's Sarah P's job. Yes. It is the old days. We all lived in fear of our dad, and he damn well better have touched the AC or went somewhere without permission. Yes. Thank you. Another great night. No worries, Coast Street. Well, we're about to start our next trial. So let's get the next trial up. So this trial I don't know much about, but I'm going to end this clip here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Right. Now we've got to take that one out of your minds now. We've got to start a new one now. Well, we haven't got AC in Wales, so maybe. Right. So this is the bathtub murder trial. Let's try and, oh, unless keep saying your stuff. That's fine. Maybe I'm starting this too early. Maybe. Right. Are we ready? Are we detoxed? Are we, ready to pump go? Are we ready to go? Have we anybody got a rant now to get that out of your systems? You need to remember 42 minutes. Oh, no worries. Take care, Katie. I hope we don't. Oh, well, I mean, new trial, Katie, and this is Florida as well, so he did have AC and was deprived of it, though it was choice and something for, but yeah, can have worse kids. Night, Katie, night, Katie. Right, I'm trying to put. I understand you still want to talk about it, speak about it, I know, but I'm trying to get our focus back to this trial. What's this trial about? Let me get it. A Florida man accused of alleviated his wife inside their wealthy Orlando home heads to trial. David Trones told first responders he found his wife, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes, alleviated in a half full bathtub back in April 2018. But when detectives started investigating, they found the bathtub and her body completely dry. Trones was arrested 4 months after his wife's alleviation for first-degree murder. So, ba-ba-ba, right, hang on, what's his name again? That's not the bloody same one. They linked it to another bloody trial, not the right trial. Oh, Jesus, they're useless. But anyway, whatever. Right, so let me get this back down there. You're still all going on about that trial, which I get. Uh, you see, Sarah P, I'm thinking you should put in your calendar. Yes, yes. Only because I'm not going to remember, if I'm being completely honest with you. I got it in my calendar, I got it in my book now, but I'm never going to remember it, am I? So I need a couple of days warning for it, otherwise I'll forget. Um, Very odd guy. 5. Perry's changing the narrative. Good, Perry. Good. Stealing, running away. Juby's awesome. Be prosecuted for stealing, running away. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, right. Yes, I was. Oh my God. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Mute yourself so Sarah can't hear you. This Sarah, I do everything. Motherfucker, what? Oh, I swore. Sorry, Sarah. I was joking, but Jesus. Right. I'm not going to put any more stuff about that trial on screen or anything. Clean slate for me. By all means, discuss it in chat, but I'm going to ignore it. We're starting a fresh new trial, and I want to really have a look at this. I'm going to refresh it to see how far behind we are. Pause it. Three hours exactly behind, so we're going to 1.25 it to see if that is any better. Sarpia, we appreciate you so much. Jesus. Thank you, Kim. Right, here we go. The abuse I get on this site. Jesus. Who needs enemies, eh? When you got the blue wenches.
There.
Oh, this is gonna fucking piss me off. If the audio's gonna be buzzing like this. Yes, this is the start, Perry. We're starting brand new from the start. This will be the opening. Well, that won't be, but this will be the opening.
Criminal trials conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence or your instructions. Following the opening, the attorneys will have an opportunity to call witnesses. The witnesses will testify and can be cross-examined by the other attorney. Documents and other exhibits may also be introduced at that time. Following the evidence, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make a closing argument, after which I will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. You're welcome to take notes if you want to. You don't have to, but that is the reason for your notepad and your writing instruments. If you take notes, don't get so involved in the note-taking that you become distracted from proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Any notes you take will be for your own personal use, but leave them in the courtroom when you have breaks. Just leave them on the chair. They'll be there when you return. After we go for deliberations, you can take the notes with you, of course, after which your notes will be collected and destroyed, and you will ever read your notes. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. And State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, ready to proceed?
Sure.
And State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, thank you for your time and attention yesterday. I know it was a long day, and also thank everybody for coming back. We can't do this process without you, so we give you our sincere thanks. The evidence in this case will show that on or about April 24th of 2018, the defendant killed his wife, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes. You're going to hear from the medical examiner in this case, and he's going to tell you what the cause of death was. You're going to hear that Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was beaten to death and she was strangled. You're going to hear that she was hit with sudden force, that she had 2 fractures in her skull, and that her hyoid bone in her throat was broken as well. You're going to hear that her ear was pulled to the point of being torn, almost torn off. And you're going to see photos and hear evidence of multiple burst blood vessels, known as TBI, a telltale sign of strangulation. And that's how Shanti Cooper-Tronnes died at the hand. So how did we get to this point? Well, David Tronnes and Shanti Cooper-Tronnes met online back in 2013. At the time, David Tronnes was still living in Minnesota. Both were coming out of previous marriages, and they took to each other quickly. David Tronnes moved to Florida to be with Shanti within the same year that they met online. Now, David had a successful career in Minnesota. He'd saved a fair amount of money. And so when he moved to Florida, he was able to purchase a...
How's the audio, guys? Can you hear it? Is it loud enough? I can go up more if you need me to.
Beautiful large home in the Delaney Park area of Orlando. He paid cash for this home, about $600,000. And the house at the time was livable. It was an older house, but the plan was that he was going to purchase the house, they would live in the house, and then eventually do renovations and modernize and open up the home as they lived there. Now, when he purchased the home, it was purchased with a trust that included himself and his mother. Importantly, someone who was not included in that trust, in that ownership of the home, was Shanti Cooper-Tronnes. So the Tronnes moved into the house along with Shanti's son Jackson. At first, the home was livable. They just got deeper and deeper into this, what would become a money pit. Now, you'll hear that from the time that David Tronnes moved to Florida, to Orlando, he never worked the entire time. Meanwhile, you'll hear that Shanti worked almost nonstop. She had a financial and accounting consulting business, and she worked from sun up to sundown. You'll hear how hard of a worker she was and what she did to support her family. Now, so during this time, as she was the only source of income, and the defendant hadn't worked the entire time he was in Florida, that she was the sole breadwinner for the household and for the expenses. So while Shanti was working, and she largely worked from home, David would take care of the yard and the pool and the dogs. So in early 2017, David and Shanti were married. Also in early 2017, the real meat of the renovation, or ultimately destruction of the home, took place. It got to the point that the interior portion of the home, the living room, the kitchen, all of the main areas were completely gutted, unlivable, down to the studs.
Okay. Well, to be fair, the last 7 streams have been limited, so I don't know what's going on. I'll be quite good as well. I can't stand what's been said, not you. I know. Jim, I heard that, but he promised me not to do it again. The core audio is distorted, it's awful. Too good, the closer to the mic he is, the worse it is. Damn. So what do you want to do? I mean, I'm struggling with it. Like, I don't want it to be like this throughout the trial, because, you guys are going to struggle with it. That's how I look.
And you're going to hear in this case that at some point, the destruction
Yeah, do you think, Perry? Do you think?
of the home became so complete that there was concerns about its structural soundness to even do continued work on it. Now you'll hear that during this time, as the house became progressively more.
Oh, hang on, I know what we'll do. We'll skip bit. What's that now? We're at 257-ish. 257 there. Let's take it up to here.
It almost appeared that he was trying to exaggerate his level of.
All right, let's listen to this guy. Let's have a look to see what it's like now. This is live, by the way.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Let's hear the attorney now. It's like Christmas. Look at that. Hello, Christmas. Oh, come on, attorney. Fucking. Oops. We just want to test it, attorney. Counsel, just go to the mic. We want to test it. Oh, my days.
The Orlando Police Department's crime scene unit.
And what were you doing for the crime scene unit for the Orlando Police Department?
Okay, that's
crime scene investigator.
Perfect. Guys, that's perfect, isn't it? That's perfect, guys, I think.
Just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Demetris. My last name Demetres.
I know, Perry. Do you know what? It's not me, guys. It's Sarah P. It is, honestly. She needs to really rein me in now. Right. So it does get better. The order does get better, guys. So let's go. I've been demonetized anyway on this one. So
They came and looked at the home. It seemed like it was early in the process. It seemed like a normal construction. There wasn't any interest for the television show. But several months later, when David got back in touch with Mr. Worry, it had deteriorated to a point it was something that he'd never seen. And at this point, he already thought this could be something that could be on the show. This is such a severe demolition of this home that this could be something that could be on the zombie house flipping show. Now, being on the zombie house flipping show didn't provide the Tronnes with any kind of paycheck for being on the show, but there were benefits to being on the show. Trade outs, upgrades to the construction. So, it was a value that could help with $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 towards the house. And so this was, in a way, sort of a lifeline. But it came with a catch. The problem was, in order to be on the show, there was a production schedule. And obviously, the house had been sitting destroyed for essentially about a year at this point. In early 2018, they had to make a decision, the Tronnes, to pause construction, which had just started again, and leave their house essentially in this demolished state in order to be on the show, which wasn't going to begin production for several months, or to continue with the construction and not be able to be on the show. So ultimately, the decision was made to go forward with the show, which again paused the construction, leaving the home in complete disrepair for several months. Now, you'll see that this led to further frustration. On top of the home frustration and constantly working that Shanti was doing to bring in all of the money coming into the household, in early 2018, she also suffered from appendicitis, which caused her a great difficulty. She had some complications afterwards, and for several months, she was in pain and she was perhaps more irritable than she had been in the past. And it wasn't until close to a time to when this murder happened, you'll hear that she actually started to get back to herself and normality. So you're going to hear from Keith Oring. He's going to tell you forward for a network. There's costs and considerations involved, and if you're going to sink a lot of money into this production, you want to know that the people involved are going to to stick with the project, because you don't want to invest a lot of money in something that ends up not happening. So because of this, he wanted to make sure that Dave and Shanti were on the same page, and he required a sit down with both of them to make sure they understood how the production was going to go, what was expected, and that there wasn't going to be any surprises, or they weren't going to pull out, be any issues. Well, he had a hard time getting this scheduled with Dave. You're going to hear, and finally he at his insistence said, no, we cannot go forward with this production unless this happens. He was able to set a time about a week before Shanti's murder, and he came over to the house to meet with both Dave and Shanti. And you're going to hear that at that meeting, at first, Dave tried to go forward without Shanti. Shanti was there. She was upstairs in her office/apartment that she lived in this home, and she didn't even want to come down and be part of the meeting. You're going to hear he had to go up there several times to try to get her to come down. Eventually, reluctantly, he was able to get her to come down, and you're going to hear her demeanor at that time. She was not into this. You're going to hear this is not something that she was involved in. Keith Ory was trying to explain the project. She was dismissive. She wouldn't sit down. She didn't want anything to do with this meeting or him or what was being planned with this show. She came down, listened for a few minutes, and then went back upstairs before the meeting was even complete. This is a week before her murder. This home show, this zombie house flipping, was the lifeline out of this mess with this house that they've dug themselves into. And she, at that point, a week before her murder, was not into it. So I want to take you to Monday night, April 23rd of 2018. Shanti's son, Jackson, from a previous marriage, was not staying with them that night. He was staying with his father Jim Cooper. So the house in Delaney Park was just Shanti and Dave. There was nobody else there. Now you're going to see through phone records that throughout that evening, Shanti was active as she normally was on her phone. She was receiving and sending text messages, phone calls. She had a step tracker on her phone. It showed her moving around as it did, most days, throughout the day. And that she was active into that evening. You're going to see that evening she had a short phone call with her son that would be their last phone call. And you're going to see the step tracker on her phone stops. There's no other movement after about 11:30, 11:25, 11:30 on April 23rd. So this is where we get into Dave's story. So you're going to hear what his story was to law enforcement. And according to him, you're going to hear that on April 23rd into the early morning of April 24th, at some point he separated. He went down to his bedroom in the garage with the dog and left her in that upstairs apartment bedroom, and they both went to bed. And then the morning of April 24th, 2018, according to Dave, Shanti, who you'll hear was an occasional cigarette smoker, came down the stairs, and there's an area by a pool that they had, and she sat outside there and she smoked a cigarette. And you're going to hear, according to Dave, that about 9:15 in the morning is when that happened.
True.
She came down, they spoke briefly. She talked about how she may not go to a dentist appointment that she had made for that morning the day before, and that she went back upstairs to work and to decide what she was going to do with the rest of her day. Now, at this point, at about 9:20, 9:25, according to Dave, you're going to hear that he walked the dogs. There's a couple dogs that he walked, a brief walk around the neighborhood. 10, 15 minutes at that point. Let him use the bathroom, came back, and then came back, did some yard work, and then, according to Dave, cleaned up the pool. And then he proceeded to decide after maybe an hour or so earlier, walking the dog, that he was going to take the dogs to a park. This time about 11:45 that morning. So he decides to take the dogs to this park, and according to Dave, they go to this park. They get there about 12 o'clock. They stay about an hour and 45 minutes at this park. During that time, he makes no phone calls. He receives no phone calls. He doesn't look at anything on his phone. That hour and 45 minutes that the dogs are at this park. And then, according to Dave, he came back about 1:45 and got back to the house maybe 2 o'clock. Now, nowhere in this time is he texting Shanti. Is he calling Shanti? Is he going upstairs to, see if she's had lunch, see what they're doing? Just talk like a married couple typically would at this time. Nowhere during this day does that happen. And that's borne out by the phone record. And also borne out by his statement that you're going to hear, that he didn't go up to check on her at any point in the day. And even when he got back from his 2-hour trip to the park with the dogs, about an hour after walking the dogs, did he think to go up there and check on her or anything like that? So then you're going to hear, according to Dave, that when he came back, he did some more yard work. He cleaned the pool again. And then, at that point, after taking some measurements and things around the house, it became time to see who was going to pick up Jackson. And so at this point, he finally decides he's going to go up and he's going to see what's going on, and that he's going to check and see who's picking up Jackson that afternoon. So he starts to go upstairs. He hears, according to Dave, a trickle of water coming from the tub, calls out for Shanti, doesn't hear anything, continues to go up into the bathroom, and it's at this point that he finds Shanti partially submerged in the tub, her sort of face and arm in, the rest of her body sort of out of the tub. And at that point, he thinks she's fallen, he panics, he pulls her out of the tub, he tries to pick her up, but he is unable to pick up this 130-pound woman who has recently lost, as you'll hear, weight from her appendix injury. He's unable to pick her up, so he has to drag her out of the tub over next to the bed, and for some reason, you'll hear that he decided to move the sheets off the bed and put that on the ground on the floor, and then put her body on those sheets. At this point, he calls 911. He has, apparently attempted CPR.
No, this is the opening statement. So, just opening statements. This is the prosecution. It's all good. Hi, Nancy. Another one that we can't hear. Yeah, so it will get better. Hopefully, they will tell them stop. So once the openings are done, they won't be wandering as much. Hi, Nancy. See everyone.
According to Dave, on Shanti at this point, which you'll hear makes no sense, because when first responders came just after this, you'll hear that she was already in rigor mortis, which isn't something that happens just after death. This is something that happens, after several hours at least. And rigor mortis means the stiffening of the body. At the point in the story that he says he performed CPR, she would have already been experiencing rigor mortis and obviously dead. And that's what the evidence will show. But on the phone call with 911, you'll hear him talking about attempting CPR and seeming very upset, hysterical. But you'll also hear on the 911 call that when he's asked specific questions like an address or a phone number or something like that to the first responders, he's able to collect himself, give that information, and then immediately go back to the hysteria that you hear or you will hear on the 911 call. So first responders and the medical examiner investigator come to the scene, and you'll hear from them that they could immediately tell this wasn't a fall. This was a violent attack. There are multiple injuries. There's blood all over her face, a huge wound. There's bruising around her neck. There's petechia that you can see. There's scrapes on her legs from being drugged. And you're going to hear all those things. You're going to hear that the house was searched and that there were no signs of forced entry or a burglary or some sort of home invasion robbery. There's cash around. There's valuable electronics. Her phone is sitting on the nightstand next to a diamond earring that she had taken out and put on the nightstand. None of that's touched. None of that's taken, you'll hear. And, so there's no signs of any kind of burglary or robbery. Now, you are going to hear that Shanti was very proud of and known to wear a nice engagement ring that David had gotten her the year before. And then a wedding band once they were subsequently married after that. She would always wear it. She always had it on. And you're going to hear that when the medical examiner took possession of that body and when first responders were right on scene, that ring was not on her hand. But we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So when investigators and detectives are looking over the home, they notice that the tub wasn't overflowing, although apparently it had been, dripping water for a period of time. Shanti's clothes were oddly just slightly damp, as opposed to soaking wet of somebody that had recently been, submerged, at least the top part of their body, in a tub. You're going to hear about the evidence found on scene, like fingerprints. The only fingerprints found around the tub in this scene were Shanti's and Dave's. And you're going to get to hear about the positioning of those fingerprints. You're going to get to hear about the DNA in this case and how there's no other DNA other than the people that lived in that house. You're going to get to hear all that. We're going to be calling, upwards of 25 witnesses in this case that you're going to get to hear from. So another thing that you're going to hear about in this case is, who was Shanti Cooper? Shanti was a loving mother to Jackson, and she was an extremely hard worker who was responsive, almost to a fault, to her clients. She had a work is very important attitude. And so when she received a work-related text, you're going to hear she was Johnny on the spot. I mean, she responded within minutes, not hours, or certainly like later in the day. She was a get back with you immediately type person. In fact, you're going to hear that she was so much so that way that she had a mentee that she had worked with, and that's something that she trained her on, the importance of being responsive, immediately responsive to clients. That's something that can set you apart in business. And so that's something that she lived by. And you're going to hear that on the morning of April 24th, she received a work text from somebody that she consulted with at 6:58 a.m. about a financial management software that she consulted on. And you're going to see that that text message was never read or responded to. 6:58 a.m. You're going to see that she had another text message a little bit later in the morning after 10 on another work-related matter, never read or responded to. In fact, you're going to hear that Shanti never sent or read another text message after the 9th of November 23rd, or excuse me, April 23rd, 2018. Nothing. A lot of incoming, no outgoing. That's what the evidence will show. You're going to hear that her emergency dental appointment that she made on the day before, on April 23rd, because she broke a tooth, and that she wanted as soon as she could get the next day at 10 a.m. on April 24th, no call, no show. Didn't go to the appointment. You're going to hear from people that knew her that is out of character for the responsible person that Shanti Cooper-Tronnes was. So I talked a little bit about, but you're going to hear also some more about what Dave said when he spoke with police and what was said to him. In the interview, police told him this was not a fall because, it starts out seeming that he believed this was some sort of fall. She was sick, maybe she fell. He said, look, this is not a fall. This was a violent attack. In addition to having multiple injuries in multiple places, she was clearly strangled. He was told this, but what did he do with that information? So after he was released from questioning, the next day and the days that followed, he spoke with some of Shanti's friends, some of Shanti's colleagues, and broke the news to them about what happened. And in his stories, you will hear about that he told them he still was making this sound like it was some sort of accident. There was no mention of strangulation or anything like that, even though he knew that at the time. He was told that. But when he's telling people what happened, left out. So Shanti's engagement ring. Talked a little bit about that earlier. She had a very nice ring, you'll hear. She was proud of it. She posted about it on Facebook. She wore it all the time. Well, as I said, the ring was not on her when she was found. And while there was no signs of home invasion or burglary, there was a question with law enforcement: where's the ring? Where is this, expensive nice engagement ring. Well, you're going to hear that that ring was ultimately found in a search warrant in August of 2018, a few months later, of David Tronnes' mother's house that he was now living in. And it was found in a bag in David Tronnes' room. The evidence will show that he pried that engagement ring off his wife's lifeless body, knew he did it, told the police that the ring should still be on her hand, all the while, months later, he had it. When you've heard all the evidence in this case, you will conclude that the only reasonable explanation for Shanti's death is sitting right there. David Tronnes killed Shanti Cooper. He did it with a premeditated design. He intended to do it, he did it, and he's guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, State. Defense?
Your Honor, defense is going to reserve opening statement until its case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When lawyers and parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as well with all facts, is for you to determine. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true is the state attorney, Michael Joseph Smith, and the defendant, David Tronnes, as well as his lawyer, Richard Zielinski, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Shanti M. Cooper-Tronnes. State, you may call your first witness.
Judge, we can approach.
So did the defense say they're not doing an opening? I got an ice cream. Dairy milk
We had
ice
already
cream.
agreed that witnesses wouldn't start till 1. That was just my automatic. So we are going to go ahead and take a recess for lunch until 1 o'clock. Again, I remind you that you not to talk to anyone about this case, even each other. Don't talk to, no communication about the case whatsoever. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you're on the jury trying the case, ask him to stop. If he or she persists, leave him at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy. When you go off to lunch, again, just like I told you yesterday, if you happen to be looking for places and you see a place has a television on, just go to a different place for lunch today. And with that, you can follow the deputy out. Yep, automatic.
Well, they don't get up for the jury yet. Okay.
You know what I mean? You get nervous around things.
We'll see what they got to say here now.
State, anything further prior to 1?
Your Honor.
Defense, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Then we'll be in recess till 1. What is going on with the weather?
So here we are. We're about an hour and 30 minutes behind. No. Dairy milk. Dairy milk. Lovely though.
Judge, I just sent the drafted jury instructions to your JA.
Thank you.
Dairy. D-A-I-R-Y. Dairy milk. Right. Jesus, that's a big sheriff. What's going on? Come on. Oh, just bloody stuff there. Hang on. She's on now.
This time the state calls Cynthia Demetrius.
That must be her family then. Oh, that must be the boy as well then. Oh, jeez.
If you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Cynthia Demetrius. My last name, Demetres.
And where are you currently employed?
I work for the City of Orlando for the Orlando Police Department.
And what do you do with them?
I'm a 911 call taker
And how long have you held that position?
since 2010.
What sort of training do you have to hold that position?
You require to go through the police academy. It's a classroom academy. And then you go through 3 phases of one-on-one 911 call taker. And then you have to pass the certification test.
And I'm assuming because you're here, you did that?
Yes, I did.
Were you working in your same job back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you working in the afternoon on that day?
Yes.
Did you field a 911 call from a David Tronnes?
Yes.
What did you do when you received that call?
When I received the call, I verified the address, verified the nature of the call, and then I transferred over to medical.
I'm sorry, you transferred it to?
To medical, to the fire department.
After you transfer a call like that, do you remain on the line?
Yes.
What do you do when you're on the line?
You remain on the line and you update the call so that the officers en route can find out what's going on with the call while they're on the way.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call you received from David Tronnes prior to today?
Yes.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel has been marked by identification as state PI. Ready to approach the witness?
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BI. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed it and dated it.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the 911 call you received from David Tronnes?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states BI.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number 1.
Thanks, Sarah. I just seen it. Thank you, Cynthia Demetrius.
our permission to publish what's now in evidence in State 1.
You may.
Just a reminder, anything related to the parents' trial, I'm not putting on the screen because I don't want to mix it up with this trial. So, but keep speaking about it in chat. It's fine. It's just if you think, why am I not putting it on screen? It's just because two separate trials. I'm trying to keep it that way.
Call 1 at 3:50 p.m. with a GMT offset of -240 minutes. All on Tuesday, April 23, 2018.
Hello? Okay, listen to me. Can you tell me what your address is? 218 East Oakland? Okay, and who is this? This is David John. Your name is Dan? David. Okay, your name is David? Okay, who is it that's not breathing? My wife, Shanti. Your wife is not breathing? Okay. Sir, I need to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Listen to me. I'm going to get the paramedics so we can try and get her some help, okay? Don't hang up. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Orlando Fire Department. Okay, with the medical, we're also going. Okay, this is the Orlando Fire Department. What's the address of the emergency? It's 218 East Copeland Drive. 218 East Copeland Drive. What's the telephone number you're calling me from? This is 407-704-2808. It's the house line. Tell me exactly what happened. It came along. Okay, what happened? I found her in the shower. And she passed away? Listen, okay, what's your name? Okay, are you with her right now? How old is she? How old? 39. Okay, is she awake right now? No. Is she breathing? I can't wake her up. Okay, listen. Is she breathing? No, I tried to do CPR. I can't get her to breathe. Okay, can you get her out of the shower? I can, I pulled her out. Okay, is she laying flat on her back? Yeah. Okay, and you don't know what happened or when anything happened? Okay. Is there a defibrillator available? Of what? Is there a defibrillator available? No. Okay, we can do CPR. Okay. Okay, we can do CPR on her until the paramedics get there. Okay. Okay, all right, I want you to lay her flat on her back, okay? And tilt her head back. I want you to tilt your head back by putting one hand on her forehead and one hand on the back of her neck and tilt her head back, okay? Okay, it's pretty under her. Okay, listen, I want you to take a deep breath, okay, so we can do what we can while the paramedics are responding, okay? I have her neck. Okay. Okay, I want you to put your mouth down by her I want you to put your ear down by her mouth and tell me if you feel or hear any breathing, okay? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I have help responding to your emergency, okay? She is not breathing? Okay. Okay, I want you to put the heel of your hand on the center of the chest. Okay, right between the nipples, okay? And put your other hand on top of that. Okay.
I've seen women fake orgasms better than this guy. Do you know what I mean? Jesus, this is hard.
I want you to pump her chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, 450.
And that's his son. That must be his son. That must be the son right there that I was talking about.
You to just let the chest come up all the way between pumps, and we're gonna do this until help can take over, okay? I want you to count out loud. They're almost there, Chief. They're responding emergency to you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
What is blue?
There's a blue dumpster, big blue dumpster. I just popped back in. I'm not sure it's faked. What did I miss? It's just opinion. I think when he started the call to where he is now, sometimes he's calm, sometimes he's shouting. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it was a joke when I said sounds like a woman faking an orgasm. But I mean, look, he might not be faking it, but it's a little bit of an acting job. You know, it's a little bit cringe, in my opinion. But Lady Law, you are far more superior than me, so you only give him only. You do not need to give breaths. Chest compression enough. Yes. When do CPR, you're right, Sippy. That's all that matters. Didn't she tell him to give the breaths? I thought I heard that. She said to put your ear back down to her mouth. I'm not sure about the breath, so I think it was for him. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Yes, he is well. So he's basically a woman. You women out there, you actresses. Dumpster in the driveway, they have to turn in. Yeah, wife drowning in the bath, yes. Also, no, I'm not. No, I know you're not, but I would like to praise you. Do you know what I mean? I know I'm far superior. Whey! Uh, absolutely no tears in here.
They can't get past it. They'll park out in the street. They'll just park out in the street. Yeah, but we're in the back, we're in the far back, they have to get back to the gate and come up the stairs. Oh, God.
Therapy! Rocket!
Just water.
That's true. That's true, yeah.
Are there any animals or anything in the house? They're downstairs, they're in their kennel, okay. They need to come up the stairs. I did tell them they need to come up the stairs, okay? I want you, when you hear them coming in, when you hear them coming in, I want you to call them, okay? Has she been sick or something? Yeah, she's been sick, yeah. Oh, God, what happened, baby?
Oh, Emma! Emma from the top rope. Bang! Oh,
Okay, the paramedics are on the property, okay? I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until you're right with them.
Jonathan. You women are brutal. You are brutal.
Are they there with you?
One. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any cross?
No questions for the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from subpoena state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Stephen Wilson.
Stephen Wilson. Even sounds like he might do drugs or something. I don't know. Well, look, we all interpret it differently. The law does not interpret it like we do. Right, let's stop it for a second. The wonderful steps on a bee. His dog stepped on a bee. Lol, this lady was holding back a laugh. Hannah, the wonderful Hannah's here. So, Hannah, this is the Bathtub murder trial. So this is based in Florida. The defendant, oops, where is the defendant? Defendant is right here. His name is David Tronnes. He allegedly alleviated his wife, and she was found. Well, he found her in the bath, and she'd alleviated. Well, she was died basically. We just literally we had open statements from the prosecution, and that's it. That was the first witness with the call. And that's it. You basically joined us in at the precise time. So welcome, Hannah. I'm not sure if you saw the verdict of the other one. The verdict is in for the other one, but I won't spoil it unless you want us to tell you. If you haven't seen it, we women have all the best bits. You do, and you fuck with a guy's head as well. Jesus, you women have it all. You have it all. You have it all. You have it all. You women have
Solemnly swear to affirm the
it
testimony you're going to give
all.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Yeah,
the
I
truth.
know.
Will you please
I
state
think
your
everyone's
name?
been funny, Lilo. Yeah, I think he came in when everyone's trying to be funny as a bit of a joke as well. So I don't think anyone's going to hold that against it. Do you know what I mean? But your timing was a little bit, when he came in. But yeah, I don't think anyone's going to judge him based on his on that. But I certainly won't anyway. But we'll see. So that's why we're having a bit of a joke about women and orgasms because of it, But we've got to take it seriously now. Lady Law's taking it seriously. I'm joking, Lady Law. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and just spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Wilson, and Wilson.
And where are you
Oh,
currently
dear,
employed?
Hannah.
Currently, I'm employed by Geico Insurance as a fraud investigator.
There you
How long have you
go.
worked for Geico?
It'll be 3 years in January.
Where did you work prior to working for Geico?
I spent almost 24 years with the Orlando Police Department.
And what were your job duties with the Orlando Police Department?
Well, I started my career in patrol. After about 4 years, I went to the Criminal Investigations Division. I spent almost 8 years there before going back to patrol so that I could train new recruits in the field training program.
And would it be fair to assume that you completed the police academy and all that at the beginning?
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah.
And were you working well, first of all, before that, why did you leave your job as a law enforcement officer?
I had almost 24 years on, and the opportunity came up for this job with Geico, and I just decided it was time to retire and move on to something else.
All right, so I want to go back to 2018. Were you working in your capacity with the Orlando Police Department back on April 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall responding to a residence in the Delaney Park neighborhood of Orlando located on East Copeland Drive?
Yes.
Was that residence located in Orlando?
It was, yes.
Is that Orange County, Florida?
Orange County, Florida, yep.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was that you responded to that residence?
It was shortly after 4, maybe about 5 after 4 or so in the afternoon.
And do you recall what happened when you arrived at the location?
I walked up a sidewalk that was on what would be the, let's see, the east side of the house. There's if you make a right turn, there's a garage with a second floor and a breezeway that separates the main house from the garage. As I was walking up, Orlando Fire and Rescue were leaving. The call had come out as a sick or injured person. So as I saw them leaving, I just kind of gave like a thumbs up or thumbs down, like, are they okay or not? And one of the firefighters went and just shook his head and swiped his hand back and forth in front of his neck. And that was the only conversation I had with them. I met Officer Marsh.
Okay. So you entered, at some point you parked your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you entered the home?
I entered the property. I never actually went inside at that point. I just stood outside the breezeway. Officer Marsh explained that there was a deceased person in the apartment.
Without getting into what other people said, sure.
Okay.
So you stayed there. You had a conversation with Officer Marsh.
Yes.
At some point, did you ever make contact with a David Tronnes?
Yes.
When did you get to that point?
After I had gone up into the crime scene and saw the crime scene and the deceased person up there, I came back down and Mr. Tronnes was speaking with a chaplain from the Orlando Fire Department.
Okay. So let me go back a little bit. So before you made contact with Mr. Tronnes, you had gone upstairs.
Yes, I did.
At what point did you go upstairs?
Shortly after I arrived,
Okay.
we wanted to check the scene, first of all, to make sure there was no weapons, but also to make sure that it was secure as far as there was nobody else up there. And then we came back downstairs.
So let me back up. So you go up the stairs.
Yes.
When you get up the stairs, what do you observe?
At the very top of the stairs, there was a chair sitting right at the top on the landing. To the right, it was a one-room apartment, a large apartment. There was a bed to the left, and to the right was a bathroom area, and in front of me, just off to the side from if you step to the left of the landing, was what appeared to be like a closet.
So inside that one bedroom apartment or that room, did you observe a decedent?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about that person?
It was a white female. She was laying next to the bed. She was laying on bedding, like a sheet and some blankets. She was wearing a black shirt and black shorts, which appeared to me to be like something you would wear to bed. She was laying flat on her back with her legs straight out, and her right arm was over her head a little bit like this and off the ground. An indication that rigor mortis had started to set in, and she was kind of almost frozen in this position, but the rest of her body was flat.
So you say it looked like rigor mortis had begun to set in. Is that something that in your 23-year career in law enforcement you had seen before?
Yes, many times.
And so you had seen what that looks like many times before. And is that what appeared to be the case with the decedent that you saw that day?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. All right. So at some point, after going upstairs, sort of securing the area, making sure nobody else was up there, you go back downstairs.
Yes.
And then you have some sort of contact or observation of David Tronnes?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you observed there?
He was extremely, he was crying, sobbing. He appeared to be crying and sobbing. What initially caught my attention, I just sat and watched. I didn't ask any questions at that point. It almost appeared that he was trying to exaggerate his level of distress. kind of throwing his arms around, leaning back. But we're,
Objection, Your Honor, cause speculation.
Dane?
So beyond that, so you observe him, he appears to be upset. He appears to be crying, you said. Did you witness, and you observed him for a period of time, you said, did you observe any actual tears coming from his eyes?
no, and that was what I was going to say really caught my attention.
And, yeah, just
no, there was no tears.
okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at some of the some photographs that were taken on the crime scene?
Yes.
Let the record show I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states exhibits CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness.
Over the letters again, Counselor.
CG and CH. Permission to approach the witness.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states CG. What's been marked for identification as states CG and CH. And if you could just take a look at these and then let me know when you had an opportunity.
Oh, I know.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the scene that you responded to outside as well as ultimately inside of the residence?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers what's been previously marked for identification as states CG and CH.
No objection.
Without objection, that's number 2 and number 3.
I've never tried lobster, I don't think. Oh yeah, I don't think I've tried the lobster. No, I don't think I have actually. In the channel. I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. And I want it now.
What's been entered into evidence of states.
Bow, bow,
Okay.
bow.
So, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a picture of the front of the residence from Copeland Street, directly in front.
So this is what you see when you initially approach the park.
Yes.
That was G1 of states 2. Now showing G2 of States 2, what are we looking at here?
This is the driveway on what would be the east side of the residence, coming from the street, heading to the back of the residence, the back southeast corner of the residence.
Showing G3 of States 2. What are we looking at here?
So the main residence is here. This is the garage. There's a breezeway that separates, and this is the second floor apartment, the garage apartment.
So if you could just point out that area where the decedent was found in this photo.
It would have been up in this area right here. This is where the bed was, in that general area.
Now showing G4 of State 2. What are we looking at here?
This door, if I remember correctly, was a door that led into the garage for, where they would park or put their stuff. And then this here was the door that led up the stairwell to the second floor apartment.
Now showing G5 of States 2.
Yeah, that's the stairwell that leads up to the second floor apartment where the deceased was.
Your Honor, permission to publish on States 3.
May?
Gonna wait.
Now publishing States 3. This is CH4. You just tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is the second floor apartment over the garage. You are looking east from this perspective here. To the right is the bed, and then obviously an office area here and how we found the deceased.
So when you first get up the stairs, this is what you see and where you see the decedent located.
Yes, it would have been to my left as I made it to the top of the stairs.
Now showing CH2 of States 3. Can you just describe to us what we're seeing here?
This is the more of the west and southwest side of the apartment. Like I said, it's pretty much just a one bedroom. They had a little family area here where the couch is, and then there was the bunk beds with closets behind it.
Now showing CH3 of States 3. This appears to be a little bit closer view of the decedent.
Yes.
Can you just describe any injuries that you observed or that can be seen in this photo?
Yes, she had abrasions on her knees. It looked like rug burn. And there was very little blood, but they were pretty deep rug burns. And then she had on her neck, she had what appeared to be pressure marks, like from maybe strangulation. And then there was blunt force trauma to her face and her head.
And this is sort of, in this photo, you can see what you were speaking of earlier about the arm being in the air.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it wasn't laying flat like everything else. It was bent, and at that point, the rigor mortis had set in, so there was no way of it being able to just go back down.
Now showing CH4 of Exhibit 3, and this is just a closer view of the face.
Yes.
Obviously, did you note when you were observing the injuries to her facial area?
Yes.
Finally, in this photo, which is CH5 in State 3, what are we looking at here?
So here the view is from you're looking southwest. Here's the other half of that bed, the I guess I would call it a bunk bed, the closet, and then this is the entryway into the bathroom. A little closet here, and then this is the stairwell that we came up.
Okay, so this view would be, you've now come into the room, instead of looking straight, you've gone in, you've turned around, and this is what you see?
Yes,
Can you just point out to the jury again where the bathroom is located?
this is the bathroom right here.
Did you have any further involvement in this investigation beyond your initial response?
After leaving, as I said, I sat and listened to Mr. Tronnes for a few minutes.
What I mean to say, though, is you weren't like a detective involved in the investigation?
No, sir. No, sir.
No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
When you arrived on the scene, Officer Marsh was there before you?
Yes.
Okay. You first went up the stairs and took a look around the scene and observed the deceased?
Yes.
Did you walk around, or did you just observe from the landing?
We walked around to make sure that there was no weapons or anything laying around there.
And you observed that her hair was wet?
It appeared wet. Yes, sir.
What about her clothing?
I did not touch her clothing, but the clothing did not appear wet.
You recognize rigor mortis?
Yes, sir.
But then you returned downstairs to just observe Mr. Tronnes communicating with the chaplain?
Yes, sir.
You didn't question him personally, you just observed?
No, I mean, there were a couple, at that point, you know, he was just, in my mind, he was just a distraught spouse, you know?
Distraught spouse. He was in a state of rambling, wasn't he?
Yes.
You didn't observe him crying, though, even though he was sobbing and hysterical?
No, he was not crying.
Have you never come across somebody who's in shock that displayed grief or such in a manner that was inconsistent with what you would expect normally?
Yes, I've seen that, but in this case, he was acting as though he was sobbing.
Oh, objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say it's not responsive and cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Tronnes told you that his wife had some medical problems?
He mentioned that she, not to me specifically, but to those of us standing there, that she had a host of medical issues.
And that when he observed his wife initially, that she was face down and the water was running?
Well, he gave two different accounts.
In regards to?
How he first found her.
In the tub, correct? Location?
He initially said that he found her in the tub and that he pulled her from the tub and began CPR on her. A short time later, he said he found her on the floor, but her head and her face were submerged in water in the tub.
So in the description of it, you didn't ask any questions for clarification. He just gave two different statements regarding how he found his wife, and you found them to be inconsistent.
What I found, and I asked him, I said, was she wearing clothes when you found her, or did you leave? I said, did you put clothes on her, or did you leave her as you found her? And he said, I left her as I found her. And
the fact that she had clothes on, that was significant to you?
Yes.
Because she was found in the vicinity to the shower and still had clothes on?
Because he had said that he found her in the tub with the water running initially, and the clothes appeared dry to me. The only thing that appeared wet was the hair on her head.
But you didn't touch the clothes?
I didn't touch the
clothes. So if others touched them and they were damp, we should believe them?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't observe any weapons?
No, sir.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Tronnes' hands?
I didn't take a good enough look at Mr. Tronnes' hands.
And in your experience, blunt force trauma could occur from a number of different reasons. Can it not?
Yes.
And you described the deceased clothing as being consistent with sleepwear
That's what it appeared to me.
because it was a tank top and shorts.
It just looked like something that somebody might wear to bed. It looked like pajamas. Whether it was or not, I don't know for a
So
fact.
it could be casual wear.
Yes.
One moment, please.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Oh,
Anything further state?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused from the subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection, defense?
No.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
State next witness.
Wade Sperry?
what is it about lobster? There's not much meat on lobster, isn't there? From what I understood, there's nothing on it. It's hard to eat lobster, isn't it? He was buck-ass naked. That officer or ex-officer is hard because he just wanted to get everything in that he's got this guy down as guilty no matter what. So, yeah.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Sorry, this is the wrong witness.
Wade Sperry. Ma'am, if you'll just step down for just a moment.
Jesus. Wrong witness. Also, the witnesses are in court then.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can state your first and last name for the record.
And you may have a seat. And state you may proceed.
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
First name's Wade, last name Sperry.
Where do you work, sir?
City of Orlando Fire Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
And what sort of background in education and training do you have to become a paramedic?
A basic paramedic school was about a year of schooling. I also have an associate's degree in paramedic science.
Okay.
And how long have you been working for the Orlando Fire Department?
20 years.
And of those 20 years, how long have you been serving as a paramedic? Did you ever serve as an EMT prior to that or anything like that?
With the city of Orlando, I was a paramedic for 20. I've been a paramedic for 20 years. I've been a paramedic total of 23 years.
Now, on April 24th of 2018, did you get called out to a scene around 218 Copeland?
I can't remember the exact date, but yes.
Okay. And can you describe this scene as is this an apartment complex, a townhome, or a house?
If I remember correctly, it was a two-story residential home with what I believe was a guest suite or mother-in-law suite in the back.
Okay. Now, do you arrive alone or do you have a team with you?
I was on Engine Company 5 at the time.
And how many people are on Engine Company 5?
4.
All right. And so when you get there, where do you
That's
go
not
as far as which building in this complex?
Yeah, so long. I believe we went to the building in the back, which was like a guest apartment, mother-in-law suite or something like that.
Okay. And who's we?
There's my lieutenant. There was an engineer and there was a EMT on the engine with me.
So all 4 members of the team?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you do? Do you go to the first floor of this apartment or is it on the second floor?
I believe we went to the second floor.
When you go to the second floor, what do you observe?
If I remember correctly, there was a female on the ground with a male above her. He was upset and she appeared to be unconscious.
All right. What else can you tell us about this female at this point in time when you make your observations?
When I initially observed her, she appeared to be dead. So at that point, I assessed her further and determined that she was.
Okay. Tell us what you did to assess her. Did you put EKG leads on her or anything like that?
First, I would have checked for breathing, and if there was none, I would check for a pulse. After that point, I would have put her on the EKG monitor to determine if she was deceased. She would have had to have been in a asystolic rhythm.
What's an asystolic rhythm?
It's what people commonly see as a flat line. It's no electrical activity in the heart whatsoever.
And do you recall whether this female was wet or not when you made these assessments?
If I remember correctly, I believe her body was wet, but her clothes were not.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term rigor mortis?
Yes, I would also check her for rigor mortis or dependent lividity.
And did you see any signs of rigor mortis?
I believe so.
It's never a bother, Hannah, but I'm sorry to inform you, but it is at maximum right now. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they're quite quiet. But it is on maximum. My extension is at 600% maximum, and the court audio is, oops, at maximum. So sorry, that's the best I can do, I'm afraid. Sorry, Hannah.
It's been a long time, and I haven't read my report in a long time, so I'm sorry. But I believe so.
All right. Who declared her deceased?
That would have been, I would have determined that she was dead, but we work under a medical director that gives us protocols to make those determinations.
After the determination is made that
All
she's
right, John.
deceased, do you all leave?
We would have turned the scene over to the Orlando Police Department at that time.
Did you?
Yes.
All right. No other questions of this witness.
Friends, any questions?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This was a long time ago, correct?
It was.
So is it fair to say that there are some gaps in your memory?
There could be.
Okay.
But
So today, when you say that the clothes could have been wet or could have been dry, are you 100% positive?
no, but that would have been something I would have documented in my report.
You don't have that report with you?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Anything further, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't. So the problem we got, I try and keep my thing away. The problem I got, Hannah, is that in StreamYard I can't adjust it. On the other side I can, but on here I can't. It doesn't give me an option. So I will whisper. But also what I'll try and do is not speak as much. Oh, sorry. I've tried to make sure my mic is further away now as well. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Yeah? Yes, please keep your thing away. See you in a bit, Nunia. See you in a bit, Nunia. Hi, ACG. How you doing, sir? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. The Sierra Nevada polls are good. Oh, nice, John. Right, can you all hear me? I'm a little bit more distant now. It's right, my mic is right over there. So hopefully this is a bit better.
Would reviewing your run report refresh your recollection on those?
Yes, it would.
Can you approach the witness, showing him pages 147 and 148 discovery?
Okay.
What I'd like you to do is you can just scroll down and review it to yourself and then let us know if your run report refreshed your memory.
a while since we used this system too. Everything has changed. Is there a way to enlarge that? This is the wrong report. This is not the EMS report.
All right.
Okay.
Another
Yes,
question.
that's the fire report, not the EMS report.
May this witness be excused from subpoena? Any objection, defense? You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mary Batista.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your first and last name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, if you could just introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Mary. Last name is B as in boy, Atista.
And where do you work?
I work for Greenberg Dental.
How long have you worked for Greenberg Dental?
It's going to be 11 years now.
And what is your current position with Greenberg Dental?
I'm a dental assistant.
How long have you been a dental assistant? Have you always been that, or did you hold other positions?
No, I've only been a dental assistant for about a year and a few months.
Prior to being a dental assistant with Greenberg Dental, what was your position with Greenberg Dental?
I was a team leader and dental coordinator. So it's pretty much like like an office manager.
And as like an office manager, what would your job duties be?
Everything, picking up phones, checking insurance,
Right, I'm trying to warn Hannah to turn her volume down. So when I pause it, I'll give you a few seconds to turn it down. Yes, I think so. So I'm going to be live from about 1:45, Emma. 1:45 at UK time. Yes. Thank you, Sarah. Bye bye, Emma. See you tomorrow. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. So I don't even know if I'm whispering now or not. I'm trying to whisper for Hannah. I hope it works. Hannah, when I pause, turn it down. Hi, Ingrid. Hello, Ingrid. How are you? I hope you're well. We're whispering. We're whispering. My Emma. Keep my thing. I meant the mic, not my dingling. And Ingrid, welcome back, Ingrid. Lovely to see you, Ingrid. Right, let's play it. This is a new trial, by the way, everyone. Bathtub murder trial.
sending pre-authorization, submitting claims, talking to different customer service reps about insurance claims.
Did you keep the schedule or have access to the schedule related to appointments and things of that nature?
Yes.
How was, first let me say, did you have that position back in 2018?
Yes.
The office manager type position?
Yes.
And going back to April of that month, do you recall, did y'all have a specific program or anything that you used to keep schedules and appointments?
Yes, it's a software called Dentrix.
And essentially, how would that work?
It's a scheduling book. It also keeps all the files of the patients. So any x-rays that you take, any dental treatment that's needed, or any previous dental treatment that they've had, everything will be notated in the system.
And how how was that program accessed? Did you have to log in or something?
You have to log in.
Was that with like a secure password?
Yes.
And did you have that password?
Yes.
I know it seems like a silly question, but just to establish. Okay, so I want to go to April 24th of 2018. Obviously, that's a long time ago, but do you recall if there was an emergency appointment on the calendar for a Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, there was.
What time was that appointment for?
She was in the morning. I want to say anytime between 9 or 10, something like that.
Okay. Would it be 10 o'clock?
10 would be more likely for emergencies.
All right, and how do you know when you're looking at that calendar if an appointment is an emergency appointment?
Just because of the description of the appointment. So if it's a limited visit, we know it's an emergency. It's either having tooth pain, they broke a tooth, or they're having anything that's not regular for dental work.
And was that appointment for Shanti Cooper-Tronnes or Tronnes, was that an emergency appointment for April 24th of 2018?
Yes,
When was that appointment made?
she did it the day before.
All right, so the day of that appointment, did Shanti Cooper-Tronnes show up?
No,
Did she call to cancel that appointment?
no,
Was there ever any follow-up regarding her not appearing for that appointment?
no. For limited visits, we don't follow up.
And when was it that you ultimately found out that Ms. Cooper-Tronnes was deceased?
Attorney's approach? Okay, thank you.
And did you ultimately speak with law enforcement in this case?
I did.
No further questions.
Cross? No cross. May this witness be excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Gary Crosby.
It's nice, Anna. Ingrid Steen, Hej, Kulatuda Arha, Kulat Tuarha. Ingrid Steen, Hej, Kulatu Arha. Ingrid Steen, Hej,
Testimony you're going to give will be the
Kulat Tuarha.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Kumitra Fika, Fika. Anna Elke, Varilandet Bordeaux. Varilandet Bordeaux. Anna? Yeah, the bad thing about StreamYard is that I don't have any volume control. Where in the other side, Streamlabs, you do have volume control of the desktop and your mic. Here, it's all in one. It's not the best. And I can speak Swedish, which is good. But I don't think my viewers like Swedish. I've just lost some people. Come back, baby, come back. Oh, Jesus. Oh, look at this guy. Come on, dude.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you spell your first and last name?
Gary, Gary, Crosby, Crosby.
And back in 2018, in April, specifically on the 24th, where were we working then?
The Orlando Police Department's crime scene unit.
And what were you doing for the crime scene unit for the Orlando Police Department?
Crime scene investigator.
And what sort of background and education and training and experience did you have that allowed you to hold such a position?
I had worked as a sworn officer for 12 years prior to that. Then when I started with the Orlando Police Department, I went through 4 months of extensive field training and several schools with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Do you have any sort of continuing education program as you work as a crime scene investigator as well?
We did. We did some in-house training and outside training also.
Prior to this incident on April 24th of 2018, had you ever worked as the lead CSI on a homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many times?
Probably 30, maybe somewhere in that area.
And approximately how many crime scenes had you processed in the past before, including non-homicides?
I'd say thousands.
All right. Take us through, just generally speaking, what is the process that a CSI goes through when first coming to a scene and then taking us through the steps?
We're dispatched through our communications department to the location. We arrive at the location. Depending on what has happened, it's either an officer or a detective. It usually gives us a briefing of what they know at the time. Do a walkthrough of the scene with either the officer or the detective. Then after that, most of the times observations and photographs begin.
And back in 2018, were you all using digital photography?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. So after you document the scene, do you document it first as it is, as you found it?
Yes, sir, we do.
And then at times, do you ever use placards or anything to kind of note areas of interest?
We do.
Do you then document that with photography as well?
Yes, sir.
After everything is documented, both with or without any placards or markers, is that the point in time when you begin collecting evidence?
Yes, sir.
And are there times where you may process some pieces of evidence on the scene as opposed to back in the police lab?
That's correct.
And then are there other times where you process items that are collected back at the scene?
Yes, sir.
I mean, back at the police department, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are there also instances where you send pieces of evidence off to somewhere else to be analyzed by another laboratory?
Yes.
And is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement one of those laboratories?
Yes, that's our state lab. Yes.
Turning now to April 24th of 2018, do you recall getting called out to a scene at 218 Copeland in Orlando, Florida?
I do.
Is that in Orange County, Florida?
It is, yes.
Approximately what time do you arrive on the scene?
I responded, I believe, at just a little bit after 5 p.m. So I would say it was maybe a 10-minute drive. I'd say around 5:20, 5:25 maybe.
When you arrived, were there any members of the Orlando Police Department there?
Yes, there were.
And were these members of the patrol team as well as members of the detective team?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us what was said, did you speak to anybody?
I believe I was briefed by Detective Sprague.
Was she the assigned lead homicide investigator on this case?
Yes, sir, she was.
After being briefed by Detective Sprague, what steps did you take next?
Basically, just did some observations, then started my photography.
All right. May I approach the witness with BJ for identification?
You may. Showing you the first image on this digital exhibit, BJ for identification. Do you recognize what this image is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is on this image?
It's just like an identification card showing the date, the case number, and my name.
All right. So do you recognize this as the card you would have taken as your first image before documenting the scene?
Yes, sir, I do.
Showing you the first several images on this exhibit. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BJ for identification into evidence.
Any objection? Okay.
On that.
All right, on states 4, we're showing the jury image number 1. Is this the image you just previously described?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is your monitor in front of you on and working?
No.
Attorney's approach.
Oh, attorney's approach. I don't get why they do talk chat. Just YouTube should better off doing live chat. I've heard about this new platform as well. To be fair, Spider Girl told me about it. Kick. I might try Kick out as well. Oh, why do they keep going to the boy in the family?
Turning back to states 4, image number 1.
Because YouTube's getting used to
Is
this.
this what you previously described prior to coming into evidence?
Yes.
And the Orlando Police Department case number that's just assigned as the next number available?
That's correct.
And the date is April 24th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Image 2, what are we looking at?
The address of the location.
Image 3?
Overall view of the residence from from the street.
Image 4?
That's the overall view of the driveway on the east side of the residence.
Image 5?
Just a little bit closer view of the driveway with the 2 vehicles parked in the back.
Image 6?
That's a breezeway that's between the main residence and the garage area leading to the pool area.
Now, in relationship to this previous image 5, where we can see the garage bay doors for the cars, the big white door,
Yes, sir.
where is this image taken here in 6 that we're looking at?
Just around the corner before you get to the cars and the garage door.
Okay, so before the bay doors?
Before the bay doors, yes, sir.
And is this from the perspective of having your back towards the driveway in that area in the previous image?
Yes.
Again, in image 7, is this another view from that perspective?
Yeah, just a closer view and from inside of the breezeway to the west end of the breezeway.
And on the right side of this image, is that the main home?
Yeah, that's double doors leading into the main home, yes.
And the left side, are those the doors leading to the garage and the apartment above it?
Yeah, further down the breezeway there.
Image 8, are those the 2 doors we were just discussing to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes, it is.
Image 9,
Same 2 doors, just a different view.
10,
That's the door handle lock leading to the upstairs apartment.
what is the purpose of taking this photograph?
Just to show there was no forced entry to the door.
And what would be, based on your experience as a crime scene investigator who's processed thousands of scenes, you said, what would be indicative of a forced break-in that we're not observing in this image?
The glass could have been broken, the door handle could have been broken off. There could have been pry marks between the door and the door frame. Any way to get the door open without using the key or being unlocked.
So based on your observations, you saw nothing that was indicative of a break-in?
No, I did not.
And did the door knob or handle turn without any signs of ill repair?
As I remember, yes.
Image 11, what are we looking at and why did you document it?
Basically the same reason. That's the bolt lock above the door handle. That shows no sign of forced entry through the bolt lock.
Image 12.
That's the bottom section of stairs leading up to the apartment with a small landing at the top of the stairs.
And so is it fair to say these stairways kind of go halfway up to that wall we see in the background and then halfway up coming back to the foreground to the left?
Yeah, just they go up longer, but just a short distance back up to the left.
Image 13,
Just a closer view of the top of the landing.
image 14.
And that's the view going up to the apartment.
So after you round the bend to the left.
Correct. That's at the top of the stairwell at the apartment entrance.
And for the record, that's image 15. That yellow thing there, is that crime scene tape?
Yes, sir.
And was that there at the time that you did your initial walkthrough?
It was.
Nice.
What are we looking at here in image 16?
This is, I'll begin where the, it's a door leading out to outside area, I believe it is.
Is that the same crime scene tape in the bottom of this image that we see back in image 15?
Yes, at the entrance to the living quarters.
Image 17, what are we looking at and why is this documented?
The interior door handle of the door leading out to that outside area of with no sign to forced entry.
Image 18, what are we looking at here?
The start of the overalls of the interior of the garage apartment.
You said you got there around 5:25, 5:30?
Yeah, I'd say around 5:20, 5:25, somewhere in there. Yes, sir.
This darker area on the rug just to the bottom right of the decedent, what is that?
There's just a stain, just a stain on the carpet.
All right, was it wet to the touch?
At the time, I didn't touch it at first.
When you did touch it, was it?
I don't recall if it was, that stain there was wet or not.
All right. Were there any other dark stains like this between the bathroom and where the decedent was found?
I don't recall about the stains between her and the bathroom.
Okay. Image 19, what are we looking at here?
Overall view of just the living quarters inside that garage apartment.
Image 20.
Same thing, just from a different angle.
And from where this photograph was taken by you, is that kind of the perspective of where you'd be when you come up to the end of the stairs?
Yeah, the stairs were kind of back to the right of the couch there, if I'm not wrong. Let's see.
What are we looking at in image 21 on States 4?
Just an overall view of inside the garage apartment from, again, a different angle.
Kind of in the foreground of the beneath the end of the fan blades at the right. What room is that?
That's the bathroom.
And so in order to go from the bathroom to where the decedent is located, one would have to go around this L-shaped couch one way or the other?
That's correct.
Did you observe any blood trails between the bathroom and where the decedent was found, taking either path from the L-shaped couch?
No, I did not.
Image 22.
Just a view of the couch in the living area there.
And in the background on the right here, is that the stairwell that is behind here and underneath this chandelier?
Yeah, that's the stairwell banister right there with the stairwells behind it. That's correct.
And was there a laptop and a phone on the banister here on the left side of the banister?
Yes, sir, there were.
And was there a package of sheets here at the very left edge by the wall on the stair banister?
Yes, sir.
Image 23, what are we looking at here?
Just a view a little bit closer of where the decedent was and the area of that corner.
And based on your experience of investigating crime scenes, additionally, have you ever attended any autopsies?
Not during the autopsy itself, no.
So let me ask it a different way. Have you ever been there to collect evidence that was taken from a decedent's body in any of the homicide cases you worked?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with rigor mortis?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe any signs of that based on your experience on this decedent at the time you found her around 5:30?
Objection, lacks foundation. Overrule.
You can answer.
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were they?
Mainly her right arm, the position with it being up off the item she's laying on.
Now, as a member of law enforcement, are you allowed to touch the decedent on a crime scene or any of the belongings in his or her immediate area?
No, sir, I am not.
Who has the jurisdiction to do that?
The medical examiner's office.
And for you or any other member of a law enforcement agency to actually touch the decedent or to manipulate the decedent's immediate belongings, would you require permission from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir, you do.
What are we looking at in 24?
An overall of the decedent.
And what was she lying on? Did you ultimately collect those items?
Yes, we did.
And what was underneath her?
It's like a white bedding. Can I refer to my report?
Sure. Just let us know when you're done referring to it and if it helped you remember.
Yeah, it's just a white piece of bed on top of the carpet.
Did you ultimately collect it?
Did, yes.
When you collect an item of evidence, do you package it?
Later on, yes, sir, we do.
And an item of such size, would you put it in a box as opposed to a manila envelope?
It would either go inside a box or a large brown paper bag.
What sorts of information do you put on the container, whether it's an envelope or a box, to let you know what it is and what case it belongs to?
You put the date, you put the case number, you put the offense, you put your name, and you put a description of what the item is, either on the box, the tag, or on the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to approach the witness with Jay.
You may.
There you go.
I believe I'm giving you the dimension with labeling information. Would you agree?
Yes,
In reviewing Jay for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
The bedding that the decedent was laying on.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move Jay for identification.
Any objection? It's number 5.
Hopefully we see a bit more evidence. Not seen anything like yet.
What are we looking at in image 27?
That's like an overall view of the decedent from above her looking down.
And realizing that you were not allowed to touch her, visually, could you observe any signs of her or her clothing being wet or the mattress padding that you collected?
It appeared to, her hair appeared to be wet, for sure, because it's kind of matted, and the bedding also appeared to be wet.
Did her body appear to be wet?
In some areas, yes.
Did her clothing appear to be wet?
Yes.
Wow.
What are we looking at in image 28?
Just a close-up of her face.
That's huge for the defense.
29?
Close-up of the left profile of her face.
And in this image, was she wearing an earring in her left ear?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in image 30?
The injuries around her throat area.
31?
Just a little bit closer up view, and again, injuries on underneath her neck.
Barry.
And in this image, was her hair so wet that it was laying flat on her skin?
Yes, it was laying flat on her skin.
Image 32?
It's just a overall view, just from a different angle of her laying there.
Image 36,
A closer up view of her face from in front.
image 38,
A different angle of the injuries around her neck.
39,
A view of above her injuries on her neck.
40,
And to show the red stains on the white bedding and the view of her face next to it.
42,
Her right arm that appears to be in an upward angle with a blood stain on her wrist.
45,
Her legs
other-
with injuries to both her
46,
just a view above her legs of her knees injuries.
47,
A view of her left knee injury.
48,
Closer up view, I believe, of her left knee.
50,
And a view of her right knee.
52,
Injury on the outer part of her left knee.
53,
A bruise on her outer part of her left leg above her knee.
54,
And just a view of her hand against her leg.
57,
From a view from the top of her head down towards her chin area.
60,
And of the white bedding with her up on it and her left arm.
Do you recognize this yellow thing that appears to be underneath the bedding?
Yeah, it was like a yellow towel, I believe.
Did you ultimately collect that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What I'm showing you is what has been marked for identification purposes as AK. Recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And did you label it in a fashion similar to the previous exhibit that we discussed?
Yes.
And what did you collect and place in?
That was under the bedding that was under the victim.
All right. Was that towel wet, dry, somewhere in between when you collected it?
I don't recall. I think it was a little damp. I'm not for sure.
State removed AK for identification.
No objection.
Without objection, number 6.
Unicorn, you can have anything you want. Anything you want. I'm glad you're back, Unicorn. Did you see the result, the verdict of the box trial, by the way? I'm not sure if you've seen it. I won't spoil it if you haven't, or unless you want us to tell you what it was. So this trial, we just started. It's been going for about 2 hours. It's a bathtub murder trial. So this guy, David, is accused of alleviating his wife in the bathtub. He said that he found her in the bathtub, and we're just going through the rigmarole now. Some people saying she was wet, some people saying she was dry, things like that. And well, first of all, we heard some testimony. We heard the 911 call, and a lot of people thought that he sounded like a woman faking orgasms, or some may have thought that he was doing okay. So we can't judge him on that. So yeah, it's just that really. You've not missed anything of that importance. So that's it. I don't really know much more than that, except for it's in Florida. I don't really know when it happened properly. Oh, excuse me, I'm tired. So yeah, there we are. Emma's got to bed. She's tired, and Nia's having a road rage at school. Um, so he was found guilty. 2018. Ingrid, you're the star. Ingrid, you're a star. Yes, I love that Ingrid's here. Unicorn, he was found guilty on all counts, so he is up for 40 years in prison if he gets, if the judge wants him. to get 40 years. So they found him guilty in about 2 hours of deliberation, 4 hours total, 2 hours of deliberation, an hour and a half basically of looking at different testimony, and that's it basically. So when we've got Ingrid here, who is an expert. Ingrid, anything that you want to add, just type it in, girl. Just go, because we don't really know this trial, and you know it a lot better than this. So let's go. Right, that's it in a nutshell. Anyway. Yeah. I think we're all glad it's over. And sentencing is
Image
November
61, what are we looking at?
16th.
A view of the white bedding she's laying on with a red stain on the side of it.
Image 62,
November,
what are we looking at?
That's a view of the
November,
top of the bed.
November 16th is a sentencing date at
63.
11:30
Same,
Eastern
just
time,
a view of top of the bed from a different angle.
which is 6:30 our time.
64.
And a view of top of the bed from the left side of the bed.
65.
And a view of top of the bed from the foot area.
66.
Just overall view of where the one of the closets was located.
67.
A view of the bunk bed.
68.
A desk that was underneath the bunk bed.
69.
And the corner where the southwest corner where the bathroom was located.
70.
And the interior of the second closet by the bunk bed.
And to the right in this image, is that towards the area of the bathroom?
Yes.
71.
Again, it shows a view of the bathroom along with a small, like, pantry closet.
Now, turning to this closet, I believe that's a Swiffer dust mop, maybe some wet Swiffer stuff on the second shelf. In between there, just jumping ahead for a moment, did you return to this scene on April 24th of 2018, a month later?
I did, yes, a month later.
And do you recall whether or not any of the sheets rolled up in this image were not there on May 24th when you returned?
I don't recall. I don't believe all those sheets were there when I returned, no.
Okay. We'll come back to that when we get past this day. Again, is 72 another image of this closet with the Swiffer?
Yes, it is.
73.
Just the garbage can in the bottom of the closet.
And the computer and the phone that we saw on the banister, were they being plugged in or charged? And is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, they were hooked to a charger on the banister just right of the closet.
And this thing here is that package of sheets on the end of the banister. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
Jumping ahead to 74, answering my own questions. Does this show the sheets in the computer and the phone?
Yes, sir, it does.
75, the computer and the phone?
Correct.
76, the brand of the computer?
Yes.
All right, 77, what are we looking at?
Just a closer view of the entrance to the bathroom.
And again, did you see any blood or a wet water trail from the bathroom towards where the decedent was?
No, I don't recall any wet trail.
Particularly on the tile area in the bathroom?
No.
What are we looking at in 78?
View going into the bathroom.
79?
Again, a closer view going into the bathroom, looking towards the west.
And that brown rug in the background against the wall, is that how you found it when you first walked through the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you all didn't do that to process anything in the bathtub?
No, we did not.
80, what are we looking at?
Just the upper view of the window and the wall of the bathroom.
81?
Just the vanity.
82?
Just a closer view of the vanity
83?
and
I
a
think
view of
so.
inside the sink.
What's the purpose of documenting the sink?
To see if there's what's in the sink, any kind of blood or any kind of stains or anything like that.
Did you observe anything like that?
I don't believe so, no.
84?
Just the toilet area with the stool and the rug pushed up towards the metal shelves.
Where you from, Perry? Where you from?
85?
Again, just another view of the rug with the bathtub in view.
Again, was there any water on this tile floor?
No, I don't recall any water on the tile floor.
86?
View of the pushed up rug.
Again, that's as you found it when you first did your walkthrough?
It is, yes.
87?
The wall inside the shower.
88?
Overall, the bathtub.
89?
The north ledge of the bathtub.
And to your naked eye, are you seeing any suspected?
Hannah, if you go back to the start of this video, go in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, it's there. It's on this video. So you can watch it, just go back to start this video. So it's probably about 20, 25 minutes in to this video. But what you get? London, yeah, London. Sorry, I have asked. Dad's Scottish, mum's Irish. Yeah, I used to live in Glasgow. That's why I was asking. Go Scotland. I got my Scottish football jersey right there as well. No problem, Hannah.
Areas of blood?
Yeah, I suspect there's some red stains on the top north ledge of the tub.
And when you say north, is that the background side?
That's the side to the tile.
Okay. And so then the south
Yeah,
is the side furthest?
Against the wall.
And is there any signs of blood possibly have being in the bathtub?
Yeah, there was looked like signs of diluted blood all the way around the bathtub, like where a water level was.
All right. And does there appear to be hair in the bathtub and in the
Or is
drain?
them, yeah.
Yeah, there was two sections of hair. There was one on top of the drain and one in almost the center of the tub.
Did you collect that hair?
We did.
May I approach?
May?
Yeah. It all depends on the arguments.
Showing you Z for identification. Do you recognize Z for identification?
Yes, sir.
And is this package labeled in a similar fashion as the two previous exhibits that we've discussed?
It is.
And so that involves labeling, correct?
Correct.
And then evidence tape.
Evident. Correct.
And I'm going to be a tutor. Why is this pausing all the time? I'm going to move to Sheffield to live.
108, what are we looking at here?
Just the nightstand and the area where the bed was at, the corner of the bed.
109,
The nightstand with the decedent's phone, and I think it was her watch that was on top of the nightstand.
were all the phones found in the apartment that day collected by law enforcement?
Yes, sir, there were.
110,
Just a close-up view of top of the nightstand and the items on it.
111,
Close-up of the decedent's phone.
112,
Just a different angle of the items on the nightstand.
what are we looking at? And 112 zoomed up.
I believe that could be an earring. I'm not sure.
Okay. Only one of them on the nightstand?
Yes, sir.
113,
The top of her computer desk, her workstation area,
114,
just where the mouse pad and the mouse,
115,
the computer screen or monitor.
116,
Again, just a view of the computer monitor,
117,
the keypad,
118,
and just on top of the items on top of the desk.
119,
Again, I think it's a printer, but it's just items on top of the desk.
120,
A monitor,
121,
the digital air conditioning thermostat
what's the purpose of documenting that?
to show what the temperature inside the residence would be.
What's the relevance of that?
Just so we'll know the coolness or how hot or, and it benefits the ME's office also.
122,
tell us.
what are we looking at that these numbered things, 1, 2, and 3? What are those?
That is our evidence markers, our placards.
And who placed them there?
I believe I placed these three here.
All right. What are we looking at in image 123?
That is a suspected red stain on the carpet.
Image 124, placard number 2.
That is a cordless telephone.
Image 3.
And another red stain on the suspect stain here on the carpet.
126, where are we now?
I believe we went to the garage.
And that's below this apartment we were just walking through?
Yes, sir, it is.
127?
It's just overall views of what's in the garage area.
Image 128?
Top of the coffee table with a computer, and a cell phone, and a wallet.
129, just closer up?
Closer up view of the items, yes, sir.
130, was there any currency in that wallet?
There was.
Did you collect it?
I think, I'm pretty sure we did. I'm not certain, but I think we did collect the wallet.
Let me rephrase that. The collective view, did law enforcement collect it?
Yes, sir, but the wallet and money was collected.
Not necessarily by you. There was
Not necessarily by me, yes.
Were there detectives there assisting you in the search?
Oh, yes, sir, there were.
131?
Items inside the wallet.
132, who is that gentleman there with the blue gloves on?
That is the Orange County's medical examiner's investigator.
And what are we documenting in this image?
Just views of her backside.
Image 133?
Just views of the back of her head.
134?
Of her back area where they kind of lifted up her shirt.
135?
And the back of her legs.
136?
Injuries
Nice
to
on,
the left side of her
dreams.
head or face that the ME has pulled her hair back so we could get that.
137?
That's the bedding that the decedent was laying on after she was removed by the medical examiner.
And that's what we previously have placed into evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
139?
Where her head area was laying on the bedding.
Keeps pausing. Good night, Hannah. Sweet dreams. Oh, I said that as well. Saying Jinx therapy.
That is correct.
183, is that showing approximately 11 inches in that image?
Just a close-up view to show the inch mark, yes.
184, what are we looking at here?
That is the one of the corners of the bathtub.
What is the black stuff that is now on the bathtub?
That would be a fingerprint powder.
And were you taking prints or was the other CSI?
Kara's she processed the bathtub.
185, another image of the tub with the ruler.
Yes, sir, it is.
186, What have you done with the bedding in this image?
We've actually kind of rolled it up and folded to place it in a bag to transport back to the lab.
And is that when you were able to discover the yellow towel that we've also entered into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And during all this processing, the darker areas of the rug there, not specifically discolored, but just darker, did you ever touch that to see if it was wet?
I don't recall, but it did appear to be wet, yes.
187?
Just a close-up view of the yellow towel with the red stain there on it.
188, closer still?
Yes, sir.
189, different image of the towel and the mattress padding?
Yes, sir, it is.
190, what are we looking at here, and what is all that blue stuff?
That is the bathtub with some of the south wall after it had been processed with a wet chemical.
And what wet chemical is that?
That is amido black,
And what does amido, can you spell that for Madam Court Reporter?
AMIDO, I believe it is, black.
All right. And what does that chemical do?
It enhances blood stains.
So if it turns blue, is that suspected blood stains presumptively?
Yeah, if it a darker blue is more of the blood stain, yes.
The blackness on the foreground of the bathtub, again, is that the fingerprint powder we discussed earlier that CSI Taylor was using?
On the front edge of the tub here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that is the black fingerprint powder.
191, closer image from 190.
Yeah, it just shows the inside of the bathtub where the amido black diluted area.
192,
Again, it just shows where the amido black adhered to the tub.
and this is the corner of the tub further away from the faucet.
Yes, I believe it is.
193,
Again, it's the south side of the tub with the stain enhanced.
194,
Again, at the south side, I believe that's the front corner next to the drain where the chemical enhanced that stain.
195,
The front of the tub, the drain and stuff with the where the chemical reacted to,
196,
and just what would that be? Northeast corner of the tub.
197,
It just shows a view from the top where the stain down to the bottom.
I'm going to go through 198, 199. Are those both photographs of the tub still?
Yes, they were.
What are we looking at here in image 200?
That was 3 bed slats that was underneath the mattress of the bed.
On this particular day, those items were not collected?
They were not.
What are we looking at in image 201?
Suspected blood stains on the ends of the 2 slats there.
And were these items, why weren't these items collected on this day?
I'm not sure. I mean, Detective Sprague didn't advise us to, but it may just been a overlook in my part, but we didn't collect them that day.
And on this day, do you know if those ends were swabbed so they could be tested with chemicals to tell if it's presumptively blood or not?
I believe CSI Taylor may have swabbed them. I'm not for 100% sure about that.
202, is that just one of the ends of those slats?
It is just a closer view.
203, another one of those slats?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 204, the third of those slats?
Yes, sir.
Are we back in the garage in 205?
Yes, sir, we're back in the garage.
206, 207, 212, 213, and 215, all these in the garage?
Yes, sir, they are.
And we've seen several images of credit cards or debit cards, both belonging to Ms. Shanti Cooper and Mr. Tronnes. Were those all collected?
Yes, they were.
Is that what we're looking at in 216? One
It
of those
is.
cards. Going now through 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 224. Are these still all in the garage downstairs?
Yes, sir, they are.
225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230. Were those all in the downstairs garage apartment?
Yes, sir.
231, what are we looking at here?
That's the items that were on the landing at the middle of the stairwell going up to the apartment.
And so to the back and to the right of this, would that be where that chair was in the staircase?
Yes, yes,
In the window?
yes.
So this is the beginning of the second half going up to the actual landing of the second floor.
That's correct.
237, is this a Publix receipt?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that collected?
I believe so.
238, same.
Same thing.
Is the decedent's purse collected on this day?
I believe it was, yes.
May I approach the witness?
May? May?
I'm showing you A, pay for identification, and it's space 6. I'm not sure medium is your size. I'll see if we can do better than that. Could you open this?
Why does it keep doing this? It's a towel, is it? Well, the motherfucker. Looks like bed did and stuff.
We're going to go ahead and take a recess. We'll take a 10 to 15 minutes if you'll follow the deputy out.
Beady, beady, beady.
We'll be in recess until 3:25.
Okay.
3:25.
Image 1 on States 10.
Too far. Right. From here, jury's coming in. Oh, Getting tired now. Well, now we're behind. Oh, I thought it was playing 1.25. No wonder. Oh, so it's still going live, so still got a fair bit to go tonight.
And you may proceed.
Thank you. All right, we mentioned earlier that you returned out there a month later on May 24th of 2018. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
And like you did on April 24th, did you document the scene with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
May?
You recognize image 1 on this exhibit BN for identification?
Yes, sir, I do.
Same information as the last one, the date, case number, your name?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move BN for identification.
Any objection? That's number 10.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, what information is on image 1 on states 10?
The date, the agency, case number, and my name.
Image 2?
Again, the location of the residence.
Image 3?
A view going up the bottom section of the stairwell.
Image 5?
That's a view of the corner. I believe that would be the northeast corner of the living area.
And the difference between the April 24th photographs and this image shows that some of the carpet and carpet padding has been removed.
Yes, sir, it does.
Were you a part of that process?
No, I was not.
You weren't part of April 30th at all, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
Just because you weren't working that day?
Either I wasn't working or it was a different time what my shift was.
So that's how the Orlando Police Department operates. If the lead CSI isn't on shift, somebody else will continue to do the follow-up work with the detective?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Image 6?
View of the bed area and again of where a large piece of the carpet was cut.
7?
A view of the bed with the, I believe it's the mattress over in the corner.
Image 8?
A view of the bed with all the slats removed.
Image 9?
Again, just a view of that corner with the foam and the eggshell leaning up against the bunk bed.
10?
A view of where the eggshell mattress was leaning up against the bunk bed.
All right, I'm going to skip through and before the next question. 13, 16, 19, all images of the upstairs apartment on May 24th.
Yes, sir.
The black box with other markings on it on top of that sheet, those weren't there on April 24th?
No, sir.
Image 21, where we're looking at?
That is the closet that was next to the bathroom.
And the garbage can is now in the foreground out of the closet. Did you all do that?
No, sir, I did not.
Image 22.
The upper area of the closet.
This area here, we had mentioned it on the April 24th photographs. Were there sheets there on April 24th when you took images of this closet?
Yes, sir, there were.
Did you all collect them?
On April 24th, we did not.
Right. Image 38.
The bed area and the large area of carpet that was cut.
And this is looking towards the work area with two computer monitors, kind of with the bunk beds to the back and left of us?
That is correct, yes.
What are we looking at here in 39?
Suspected blood stains on the inner area of the bed frame.
I know from experience that the next one will be zoomed in, but we're zooming in. Was there any suspected or visible suspected blood stains above the metal railing?
I don't believe so, no.
So what we're looking at here where the hand in the image is that the suspected blood you were talking about?
It is, yes.
Image 40?
Again, of where the carpet was cut and the suspected blood stains on the railing or the frame.
41?
A view of the frame going towards the headboard.
42?
And that's the view of the other side of the frame at the footboard.
43? Closer up of 42?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Closer still in 44?
That is correct.
45, close up of the suspected stains?
It is, and I was wrong. There is one additional suspected blood stain above the railing right there.
Is that kind of where the flash is reflecting in the center?
Yes, it is.
46, another image?
It is, yes.
47, the one that's on the far right when looking towards the workstation?
Yes,
48, another perspective of the metal crossbeam?
correct.
49, is that towards the headboard?
That is towards the headboard, yes, sir.
50, close-up of one of the suspected stains?
Yes.
51, another close-up?
Two of them there at the bottom and one above, yes.
52?
Some that's kind of close together.
Skip ahead, 53, 54, 55, all perspectives from that same bed frame?
Yes, sir.
56, is it now taken apart?
It is. That side of the frame had been taken apart and turned upward.
And in this image, can we see whether or not any of the bloodstains actually kind of pooled up on the bottom of the bed frame?
Yeah, you can see a stain kind of here and here.
Is that where I'm putting the hand?
Yes, it is.
Another image of that in 57?
It is, yes.
58?
Just overall view of all of them.
59, again, close-ups?
Correct, yes, close up.
And I'll do several images. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, all close-ups?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is this faint area kind of with the two holes, is that suspected blood stain?
It looks like, yeah, it's been like a diluted red stain.
What do you mean by diluted? What does that word mean?
Kind of either wiped it down or water got in it, just it diluted the blood from just pure blood just down to like a sample of it. I mean, it's
68?
just some cash that was recovered.
69?
Just a view of how much.
76?
A view of the bathtub.
77, 78, 79, all images of the bathtub?
Yes, sir, there were.
80, is this away from the scene?
Yes, sir, this is back at our office.
And have you all taken the metal part of the bed frame off of the wooden part?
Yes,
Assume the next one's a zoom in before I go to it. 81, another image of that?
it is.
82,
Of the metal disconnected from the wood.
all right, 83,
Close up. That's the metal framing with the blood stain and then the wood frame where the metal was attached.
so it appears there's blood behind where the metal frame was attached?
Yes,
84,
just another view of it
85,
and a close-up view.
86, 87, 88, all other images of it?
Yes, sir.
And then in 89, are we starting to do this to scale with a tape measure?
That is correct, yes.
Same for 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
All tape measure? Okay.
Yes,
96, 97, 98, 99. All images of this headboard and the metal railing with tape measure?
yes, sir, the frame board, yes, sir.
100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, all to scale with the metal part of it now?
That is correct.
106, looking at the end of it with the dowel things?
Yeah, that's where part of the bed came out. We had marked how the bed came apart, I believe it was.
Same for 107?
Yes, it's an overall view showing the two small scales there also.
And are those suspected blood areas as we zoom in 108
It is, yes,
and in 109?
yes.
You're part of the team that searched the defendant and his mother's residence on August 28th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
Again, did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
May I approach the witness with BP for identification?
You may.
When you image one on this exhibit, is this one of your placards with the date, case number, and your name?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you recognize this as photographs taken from that search?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, this time, let's move BP for identification.
Any objection? Number 11.
Permission to publish?
May.
All right, as we discussed on states 11, image one is your, basically your cover sheet.
Yes, sir, it is.
Image two?
The address of the residence where we were at.
Image three?
A white Lexus parked under the carport.
I mean, this is boring, but you got to do
Image
it.
four, license tag.
Correct.
Image six?
Just overall view of the front of the residence.
Looks like a back.
I'm going to skip through the next several before I ask a question. 7, 8, 9, 11, 13,
Was 12.
14, 15, 16. Were all those previous images of the porch area and a phone out there?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, starting with 76, what are we looking at?
Inside the defense bedroom. Overall view of the bedroom.
77,
Again, just a different angle, different view.
I'll go through a few. 78, 79, 80, all this is still the same room?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, so there's no suite.
81, 82, 83,
So is in the
84,
en
85,
suite
all the
you
same
want,
room.
or like a generic toilet.
86,
Jesus, look at that supplement.
87, 88, 89, 90, all the same room in the closet in it?
Yes, sir, it is.
91, 92, 93, 94, all the same room?
Yes, sir.
144. Is this in the same room as well?
I believe so, yes.
145. What is that?
Passport belonging to the defendant.
146. Is that what we're looking at opened up?
It is, yes.
May I approach?
May.
Is that item collected?
Yes, sir.
Showing you AQ for identification. You recognize AQ?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
Passport in the name of David Michael Tronnes.
And when you collected it, did you put it in that package?
Yes, sir, I did.
Labeled and sealed in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
Yes, sir.
No FDLE tape on this one?
No, sir.
Substantially same condition?
It is.
Any objection? Defense, any objection?
Oh, no, no, ma'am.
Number 12.
Yeah, I do. I get the point that, you know, blood, a little bit of blood here and there is normal, isn't it? But these guys are going to make it out there. It's a massive deal.
147, just another photograph of it.
Just close up, yes, sir.
There's
151?
stuff in, yeah.
Suitcase, an open suitcase that was in the bedroom.
152?
Money inside of an eyeglass case.
160?
Just a closer view inside the suitcase, I believe.
What's he done?
161?
The wallet and watch inside of the suitcase.
162?
Looks like just a close, I believe it's a black ring box inside the suitcase.
163?
The ring box opened with the ring inside the box.
And are those hands Detective Barbara McClelland, or back then Barbara Sharp's?
Yes, sir.
She the one that found it?
Yes, sir.
But you documented it.
I documented it, correct.
164, is that her hand again?
It is.
What is in her hand?
The ring from inside that small ring box.
Oh,
165,
Another view of it, just showing straight on top of the ring itself.
166,
Again, another view just with her holding the ring.
that was a wedding ring then.
167,
I believe that's another jewelry box,
168,
just that contained, nothing was in it.
same for 169.
Same, yes, sir.
That's a wedding ring.
Go back.
Okay.
Did you take additional photographs back at Orlando Police Department on September 5th,
Yes, sir.
2018?
I did.
And that's placard, that's image 253?
Yes, sir.
All right, 254, is this the ring again to scale?
It is.
Same for 255,
It is, yes.
5 years.
256,
The same ring,
257,
the side view and the other side view.
that's 258. 259, front view again,
Close up of the, yeah, the front view of it, yes.
260,
And I guess from the side that you put it on.
yep. Top to bottom profile,
There you go.
same for 261,
Same, yes.
262, again, the stones.
Again, the stones, yes.
Jesus, yeah, we get it.
Yep.
Fucking hell. It's a bit much, that is. Do you know what I mean? We get it. In a culture and wireless presentation, maybe zoom away.
Ross?
Defense.
I'm sorry. I was a bit eager. You may proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm going to start where we just left off because that makes the most sense
Okay.
since we were just there. So when you went to
Yeah.
their residence, it appeared that that was where my client was residing at that time, correct? Personal belongings there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The passport that you collected, did you happen to take a look at the dates on it?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So you don't know whether it was valid or expired?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you located that wallet with the cash inside, did you count the cash?
If we collected it, it was definitely counted, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how much was there?
Not offhand, I do not know.
Did you happen to find any airline tickets or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
The ring, do you have any idea when that ring was purchased?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea who the ring belonged to?
I was told who it belonged to, but I do not know who it belonged to.
Okay. Going back to your initial visit to the scene of Ms. Cooper-Tronnes' death on April 24th, you said you arrived there around 5:25, 5:30 that evening?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
How long were you there?
Let me refer to my report. I'm not sure. I didn't include that in my report, but I know that we were there for several hours.
And then the search that we're talking about where you located the passport and the ring and the cash, that was about 4 months later?
Yes, ma'am. That was, I believe, in August.
Okay. You described how when you come on scene, you're kind of progressively taking pictures of the scene. And some of the first photographs that the prosecutor showed you were photographs that you had taken of points of entry at the, we'll call it the apartment. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You took some photographs of that, you said, to show that there was no signs of forced entry, correct?
That's correct.
So there was no splintering, no broken glass. What were some of the other things you described that you would have been looking for?
Yeah, like the pry mark or broken locks, anything like that. There was none, no.
Do you have any knowledge about whether those locks on those downstairs doors were actually locked or unlocked?
I do not, because I wasn't the first on arrival, no.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
You indicated that there was a second door that you also took some photographs of that was upstairs, correct?
Correct.
And that door led to an outside space, correct? You also took photographs, you said, to demonstrate that there was no signs of forced entry there.
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge about whether that door was locked or unlocked?
I believe in the photo, it shows the door was unlocked.
As part of your search on April 24th, that evening, did you also have any occasion to access the main part of the house?
No, I mean, we could access it, but there was nothing to access. It was totally gutted, the main part of the house.
Did you go in there?
No, we did not.
Your photographs describe the scene around this Shanti Cooper-Tronnes' body. And when you were taking those initial pictures, what were you trying to capture when you're taking those photographs around where she was located?
Her position, how she was positioned or whatever, items around her, items of evidence, just general items where everything is located, actually.
Were you also looking for signs of a struggle?
For sure, the picture would show signs of a struggle.
Were you looking for blood or blood spatter?
During the overall photos, if we see blood or blood spatter, yes, but if it's like small areas or something, we may not see it during the initial photos.
Okay, fine. But while you're there, is that something that you are there to look for?
Yes,
And you, as part of your job, you were looking to document those things, not just in the initial photos, but as you went through the scene, correct?
that's correct, yes.
Now, in the photographs that the prosecutor and you went through, you took some photographs around the decedent's body there. If there would have been blood spatter in that area, you would have taken photographs of that?
Yes, I would have.
You or someone else on your team would have taken swabs of that?
Yes, we would have.
Okay. Some of the photographs that we looked at were photographs of, like, I'm going to call it an office area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
There was a desk and a couple of computers, correct?
Correct.
Work accoutrement like pens, pencils, Post-its.
Yes, ma'am.
Things. There was also like a flat mouse pad there. Yes?
There was.
Okay. You took some photographs there. Did you locate any blood spatter or anything that appeared to be blood in that area?
No, ma'am. As I recall, we did not.
Approximately how far was that desk away from where the body lay?
Oh, man. At a guess, I would say 10 feet.
Did you take any photographs or locate anything that appeared to be blood spatter around the headboard of the bed?
No, we did not observe any kind of blood spatter on the headboard or around the bed.
What about on the wall?
No, ma'am.
Approximately how far was the headboard and the wall away from where the body lay?
Not much further. It was just at an angle. So maybe another foot and a half or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Anything on the nightstand?
Not as I recall, no.
Anything on the sofa?
I don't believe so.
Approximately how far was the body from where the sofas were?
Well, the sofa was L-shaped with the furthest part being away. So I would say maybe 16, 17 feet at a guess, if I'm not wrong. It was a little ways away from her.
It's more like 12 feet then, because I'd like to exaggerate a lot.
Do you have any way to approximate approximately what size the room was that you were working in?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Because men like to
Were you
exaggerate.
also,
size.
as part of you looking through this crime scene, were you also looking for possible weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
If you located any weapons, would those have been collected?
They would have been. Yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected any suspected weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have also photographed those?
I would have, yes.
When you were looking at the crime scene, would you have also been looking for cleaning materials?
Yes. At certain times, if we'd seen if an area had been actually cleaned, yes, ma'am.
Would you have collected those?
We would have, yes.
Would you have photographed them?
I would have, yes.
Okay. In the area of the body, did you locate any cleaning supplies?
Not as I recall, no cleaning agents or anything like that.
No cleaning agents? You didn't find any sponges? No?
No,
No scrub brushes?
no, sir. No, ma'am. I mean, sorry.
It's okay. Nothing of the sort.
Nothing.
Did you find any weapons?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any weapons anywhere in the residence on April 24th?
No, ma'am.
Did you personally find any at any point in time?
No, ma'am.
Ingrid, this sounds
Turning
interesting.
to the bathroom area. In the bathtub, we saw the blue markings from the amido black, correct? That amido black, do you know how it works?
Yes, ma'am. It adheres to the amino acids in your blood, is what I'm told.
Okay, so it adheres to amino acids, protein sources, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't do anything to identify whose blood that is, does it?
No, ma'am.
Right?
Do you test
When
them?
you were taking those photographs of the bathtub, both before and after the amido black had been utilized, did it appear to you that any efforts had been made to clean up the blood from the tub or the suspected blood from the tub?
Not as what I could tell, no.
Did you collect any cleaning products from the bathroom?
No, ma'am.
Any sponges, scrub brushes, anything of the sort?
No, ma'am.
Was there
This is
any
the question.
disturbance that you could visualize in the area where you saw that suspected blood residue around the edge of the tub?
I mean, like from
Like where it had been wiped or scrubbed?
Oh, no, ma'am.
If there was, would you have specifically photographed that?
Yes, I would have.
She's good. She's
There's
good.
been some discussion about whether or not the floor was wet. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And I think your testimony was that you don't recall any like water path between the bathtub and where the body was, correct?
No, ma'am. The time I was there, I don't recall any of that.
All right. As part of your experience with the police department, does the police department normally utilize what's called a crime scene log?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that for?
A crime scene log?
Yes.
It usually tells who is there, when they get there, and when they leave.
Okay. So at the point in time that you arrived, there were already officers present, correct?
Oh,
That's
yes.
correct.
Tell me
Yes,
who you can
yes.
recall that was there at the crime scene.
His name is Gary Crosby, crime scene investigator, Orlando Police Department. I think he's retired now. So sorry,
When you
yes.
first arrived on April 24th at around 5:25.
Just patrol officers were there around the perimeter, and I believe Detective Sprague was there when I arrived.
Were there any patrol officers in the residence?
They were, I believe, at the base where you couldn't go up into the residence, but I don't recall anybody in the residence itself, no.
The paramedics would have been there, correct?
They were gone when I got there.
There would have been other officers that would have been the initial responders that would have gone up and down those stairs and through that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this area where the bathroom was, can you describe, like, when you go to the top of those stairs that we've seen the photographs of, the bathroom was to the left or to the right?
It was to the right of the top of the stairs.
And the body was to the left?
Yes, the body was to the left and upward.
Okay. So anyone who was looking at those two areas would have had to have walked through that space there, correct?
Yeah,
It
one of
does.
two spaces, either around to the left of the couch or the right of the couch.
What do you wear when you're doing your crime scene work?
Latex gloves and booties on our feet.
Okay. What are those booties made of?
I don't know what the material is they're made of, to tell you the truth.
Is it like a paper or some type of,
It's some type of cloth, I believe it is.
and are those booties collected and preserved?
No, once we're done, we throw them away.
How many people were working with you on that crime scene that night as part of your crime scene unit?
CSI Taylor.
We saw some other people photographed in your pictures, specifically the medical examiner investigator, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many people were there from the medical examiner's office?
Just the the investigator himself when he first got there, and then once he is done with his preliminary investigation, there is a transport company that comes and picks up the decedent.
And how many people were there for the transport?
Just two.
Were any other detectives assisting Detective Sprague?
I'm not sure about that night, but I know that at some point Detective Sharp come into the picture. But I can't recall if she was there that night.
You had indicated at some point in time during your direct examination that you were doing things that Detective Sprague asked you to do, correct?
Yes,
I think what I remember is you said something like, I would have done that if she asked me to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So she was there with you when you're walking around and making these observations?
She was there somewhere. She wasn't right beside me when I'm doing that, but she is definitely on the scene somewhere.
What was she wearing when she was walking through the scene?
They also wear the booties, and most of the time they wear the latex gloves also.
In the bathtub, you had the photographs where you had marked with individual markers some suspected blood, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that crime scene investigator Taylor was taking swabs of those different areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe her doing that?
I did.
Okay. At that point in time, it was suspected blood, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have any idea whether it was blood or not, right?
No, ma'am, not doing some kind of test is done on it.
And you certainly wouldn't have known whose it was, correct?
No, ma'am.
During that first search, did you see other towels in the residence other than the yellow towel that was collected?
I don't recall any towels unless there was one in the bathroom I missed, but I don't recall any towels.
Did you collect any other towels?
No, ma'am.
I think in the photographs, we could see a shower curtain. Do you recall there being a shower curtain there?
No, I don't recall the shower curtain either, but
Do you know if one was collected?
no, shower curtain wasn't collected, no, ma'am.
We saw that there was some sheets collected. I think you described that. What sheets were collected during that first search warrant?
The first, you mean the initial night,
April 24th.
April 24th? Let me just refer to my report, please.
So this is 5.5
Don't
years
show
ago.
where we collected any sheets the first night.
Okay, so no sheets collected?
Not as I remember, no.
Okay, did you collect any sheets at any point in time?
I believe on the, let me just check for sure, but I believe when we went back on the 24th, I did collect that new set of sheets,
When you went back on which day?
May 24th.
May 24th.
During
Okay, thank you.
during the search warrant.
All right. So a month later, you collected the package of new sheets that we saw on the banister ledge.
Yes, I did.
Oh my God. So nothing that night then. What?
The slats were not collected during that first search warrant on April 24th, correct?
No, ma'am, the 3 was not collected.
All right. You photographed them.
I did.
What was the reason they weren't collected?
Again, I'm not sure why that wasn't collected. It may have been an oversight on my part, but for some reason they was not collected on the April 24th.
Where did you find them?
I'm not sure who actually recovered the slats, but I believe they were recovered under the bed, not frame part. I believe they had fell on the floor under the bed.
Did you have an opportunity to observe them there on the first night?
Yes, I did.
You took a picture.
I did.
Did you notice any blood pooling there under the edge of the bed at all?
No, I don't believe there's no pooling under the edge of the bed. No,
If there was, you would have photographed it.
I would have. Yes.
You would have had someone collect some swabs, maybe.
Right.
When you went back and did that search warrant on May 24th, a month later, we saw the photographs where there was some carpet missing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who took that carpet, do you know?
Yes, I believe it was CSI Monroe.
There was some that was at the top of where that mattress, or I think we're calling it bedding, the bedding or mattress pad
Correct.
was. Some at the top,
Correct.
some at the bottom,
Yes.
but there was no carpet collected or removed under the edge of that frame board of the bed, correct?
No, I believe where they collected carpet was where I initially marked stain number 1 and stain number 3 the first night.
Turning to that bed frame, all of those photographs that we looked at,
Yes, ma'am.
those are all from one frame rail?
Yes, ma'am. From it would be from the right frame well as you're laying on the bed.
Okay. So the ones on the right, closest to the
Close
where
to the
body-
desk and closest to her, yes.
Okay, so all of those photographs are of the same frame rail, basically the same photograph, the same.
Just different areas on the bed rail, yes.
Unicorn's like 20 minutes behind. It wouldn't be the same if you weren't behind.
Nothing in your training allows you to make a determination about the time frame that blood was deposited, correct?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
You did your initial search on April 24th, 2018, correct?
Right.
You were there a couple of hours, several hours?
Several hours, yes, ma'am.
That crime scene was released back to the owner of the home, correct? That was that.
I don't know. That was a decision Detective Sprague would have to make. I have no idea if it was released or held. No.
At the time that you went back, May 24th, were you aware of whether Mr. Cronnes had been able to move back into the residence?
Yes, I know back when I went on that search warrant, it had been released before then. Yes.
Okay. When you were doing that initial search, and I know I'm jumping back and forth, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good enough for you, so it's okay.
When you were there initially on May 24th and you did that first overview of the apartment, did you locate items of male clothing upstairs in that residence?
I didn't look really in the closets themselves, but there was no clothing laying out and about, but the closets were full of clothing,
Did you take photographs of the closets?
just like an overall, nothing close up.
Right. So when you're, when you're spanning the room and documenting how the residence appeared, you took photographs of whatever happened to be in those closets if the doors were open.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. One moment.
Before anyone says anything, I got no control over the audio levels. They're the same for me and court.
Of the searches that you were personally involved in, we have the The first one on April 24th, 2018, that evening, correct?
The first, that was an initial scene with the first ones. Yes, and then I was involved in 2 more search warrants.
Okay. When was the next one?
The next one was a month later, which would have been May, what was it? May 24th. Yes. And then the third one would have been the one that was in on August the 29th.
Did you become aware of another search that had taken place at 218 East Copeland, other than those 2 that you were involved with?
Yes, ma'am. I knew another search had happened just a few days later, just a few days after I was there on the initial scene. Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was April the 30th.
So a total of 3 at 218 East Copeland?
No, a total of 2. We had the initial scene and 2 search warrants.
But searches
Oh, search as well. Okay, yes. Total of 3.
Total of 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of a month.
Yes.
All right. And then April or August, the 8 months I get confused. Fast forward to August 24th, 2018.
Yes.
You go to the search at the mother's residence, Mr. Tronnes' mother's residence.
That's correct.
Find the passport in the ring.
Yes.
Were you also, as a crime scene investigator, would you be looking for potential blood evidence there?
Yes, we would have. The detectives did most of the search at that scene.
Okay. Did you locate any items that had suspected blood on it?
No, ma'am.
Notice any suspected blood on the ring?
Not as I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
You had a conversation with opposing counsel about blood spatter.
Yes.
Have you ever been to a scene where a firearm or a gunshot wound had been suffered by the decedent?
Yes.
Have you ever been to scenes where somebody has been stabbed multiple times?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cast-off blood?
I am.
And are you familiar with the term high-velocity impact?
I am.
So, comparatively speaking, between the speed of a projectile fired from a firearm compared to a punch from a human being, is it fair to say that a bullet or a projectile from a firearm is a much higher velocity?
I'm going to check as the foundation.
Said the door was open.
Overruled.
So, you found no weapons at this scene?
No, sir, I did not.
And based on your observations, I know you probably didn't go to the autopsy. Did you see any suspected gunshot wounds on Miss Shanti Cooper?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. So, based on your experience of going to
So he said the door was opened. Wow. Okay.
thousands of crime scenes and about 30 homicide scenes at that point in time, do you expect blood spatter with low velocity impacts such as blunt force from a human being?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. So you found no firearms on the scene?
No.
She did not appear to suffer any stab wounds or incisions from a cutting instrument?
No, sir.
The bathtub, when you used the blood, the agent that binds to the amino acids in the blood, what was that chemical called again?
Amino black.
That bathtub, from what we could see in the image, from the edge of the tub all the way to the top of the image on the tiles and the walls, luminescent blue, correct?
Right.
And prior to that, only the areas where you put stickers on the wall did you have suspected blood stains, correct?
Right.
So the chemical revealed to you blood that was not visible with the naked eye.
In some areas, yes.
Right. Is that consistent with what you talked about earlier on the wood blood frame of diluted blood? Is that consistent with possible cleanup?
It could be, yes.
If Shanti Cooper-Tronnes had been killed the evening before, you discussed cleanup time frames with opposing counsel. Is the day enough time to clean up and dispose of cleaning items prior to your arrival at 5:30 in the afternoon and the initial response at 4 in the afternoon?
Objection, last foundation. Speculation.
Sustain.
No other questions.
Officer Crosby, Investigator Crosby, would you anticipate seeing cast-off blood or high-velocity spatter if a weapon was used, possibly?
If a weapon was used, yes.
Thank you.
State anything further from this witness? And any objection to him being excused? Thank you. You may step down. You are excused. State next witness.
Well, it sounds like they're trying to say that he punched her.
Stacey Monroe?
This is why we got him blind. But it's good because we're like juries now. We're just like the jurors now. They're probably just like, what? Agreed on the bruising of the least, I would think. And he had nothing on his hands.
From the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth,
Stacy Monroe.
It's another crime scene investigator. Jesus, how many do we need? Nothing like a bit of awkward silence there, isn't it? Jesus, why can't they just get everything ready before the witnesses come? Oh,
Spell your first name and your last name for the court reporter, please.
Stacy, Stacy Monroe, Munro.
And where do you work?
The Orlando Police Department.
What do you do then?
I am a crime scene supervisor.
How long have you worked for the
oh,
In total, approximately
supervisor.
16 and a half years.
And how many of those years has been working as a crime scene investigator or tech or a supervisor?
About 12.
And what sort of education, training, and experience do you have to become a crime scene investigator or a tech? What do you call yourself at OPD versus OCS?
Investigator.
Investigator, CSI. All right. What sort of education and training do you have?
I have a 4-year degree from UCF in criminal justice. And then upon being hired as a crime scene investigator, I completed our in-house training program, which is roughly 4 to 5 months. And then throughout my time with the unit, I have amassed about 1,100 additional hours of training.
And did you get involved in an investigation involving the address of 218 Copeland in Orlando?
I did.
And did you go out to that scene on April 30th, 2018?
I did.
And this is in the capacity of being a CSI or a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
I assume you did not go alone?
I did not.
Who did you go with?
I met with Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
And was Detective Sprague the lead and Detective McClelland the second on this homicide investigation?
Yes.
Now, this wasn't your case. You didn't respond out to it on the date of the incident, April 24th, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you get involved on the 30th of April as opposed to Gary Crosby?
I was requested to respond to that address by Detective Sprague for a search warrant.
And that's how it goes?
Yes.
Voluntold?
Yes.
Okay. When you get out there, do you document the scene as you find it?
Yes, I do.
And then if you lay any placards or anything of that sort of thing or scales, do you then document that as well?
Yes, I do.
And then do you collect and then either process there sometimes or process those items that are collected later at the Orlando Police Department?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness with BL for identification?
BL. BLT? Bacon, lettuce, tomato. Never heard of BL before. Bum, bum.
Showing you image 175 on that exhibit BL for identification. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
And what is that?
It is the gray card that states the date, the Orlando Police Department, the case number, and my name.
And are these the photographs that you would have taken on April, or some of the photographs that you took on April 30th, 2018?
Yes.
This time the state would move BL for identification.
The objection? 13?
Permission to publish?
You may.
Starting with image 1, what are we looking at?
That is the residence at 218 East Copeland.
Image 2?
A post of the address.
3,
This is coming up the driveway towards the back of the residence.
4,
Again, going up that driveway.
5,
Now we're looking at the back building of the residence, the garage and the loft.
and is this area that I'm pointing to with the pointer on the right side of the image, is that the walkway that has doors that go to the main entrance as well as to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes,
Image 6, is that what we're talking about?
yes.
Image 7,
That would be the entrances to the back building as well as the main entrance.
on the right, is that to the main building?
I believe so, yes.
And back down the hallway or breezeway on the left, is that the entrance to the garage and the upstairs apartment?
Yes.
8,
That's going,
what are we looking at?
that's going to be the entrance to the garage and then the upstairs apartment.
Garage in the foreground, upstairs apartment in the background?
Correct.
Where are we now in image 55?
So you're inside the garage, inside the bathroom, and this is inside of a drawer in the vanity.
56,
An envelope that was taken from the open drawer that you just saw,
7,
and contents of the envelope.
and what were the contents of that envelope?
It was $200 in cash, a receipt, and a driver's license and credit card for the defendant.
And approach with AC for identification.
Okay.
Recognize AC for identification?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
It's going to be 10 $20 bills in a Wells Fargo bank envelope that I collected from the garage bathroom vanity in the top right drawer.
In that image that we've been discussing?
Yes,
And then when you did that, did you put it in that package?
I did.
Did you label that package?
I did.
Did you seal that package with evidence tape?
I did.
Does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move AC for identification.
Any objection? Number 14.
Image 61, what are we looking at?
It appears to be the entryway in the background, and we're still in the garage.
And there appears to be some dark discoloration around the handle and on the glass. Are you familiar with what that might be?
It appears to be fingerprint powder.
66, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be the entryway into the loft above the garage.
$69,
A little further up the stairwell,
70,
the top of the stairs.
71,
And we're just looking the opposite way, back down the stairwell.
this item here in the top left corner on the banister by the wall, what is that? If you know.
I don't.
What are we looking at here in 72?
It's an overall, or portion of an overall of the main room.
At this point in time, the carpet appears to be intact.
Correct?
Can I cut some of the lights, Your Honor? Some of these photos are dark.
Yes.
Thank you. What are we looking at in 73?
Same room, just moving over a little bit to see more of it.
74?
Same thing, just again moving across the room.
75?
It's going to be the closet.
And this is April 30th?
Yes.
And in image 75, just above the Swiffer mop, appears to be rolled up sheets on that middle shelf there.
Yes.
83, what are we looking at?
Now we're heading into the bathroom,
84,
an overall of the bathroom,
85,
additional views of the bathroom,
86,
the bathroom vanity,
87,
the inside of the shower,
88,
the tub,
89,
additional views of the inside of the shower and tub,
90.
the same additional views.
I'll go through a few of these before question. 91,
I'll try 1.5 to see. It's just
93,
boring.
94, 95. Are all these of the bathtub or the shower curtain in there?
Yes.
What are we looking at in 95?
This is going to be a area of suspected blood that I marked with a scale.
96, what are we looking at here?
This is back in the main room. It's going to be 2 areas on the green carpet that I marked with placards of suspected blood.
97,
A closer view of those areas.
98,
Individual view of area number 1
99,
and an individual view of area number 2.
100.
Closer of area number 2.
Item number, image 101.
This was after I had cut up the top green layer of area number 1, exposing the padding underneath.
102,
Closer view of the padding with what looks like suspected blood.
107,
Same process for area 2. The green carpet has been cut up, exposing the padding.
108,
The padding, which shows potential areas of suspected blood.
zooming in slightly, is it fair to say that there's an area to the left and to the right of suspected areas of blood?
Yes.
109, what are we looking at here?
Both areas have been completely cut up, carpet and pad, down to the underflooring.
You collected and packaged those items?
I did.
You approach with E and F for identification?
May?
Showing you E for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is going to be one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 2.
Did you label it and seal it in a fashion similar to what we previously described?
Yes, I did.
At both ends?
Yes.
This item didn't go to Def Dilly.
No,
F for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one piece of cut green carpet with pad containing suspected blood from the upstairs loft, marker number 1.
Did you package, label, and seal it in the same manner as previously did?
I did.
This time the state would move E for identification and F for identification.
Any objection? That's number 15 and number 16.
.109, is this with those items removed and placards removed?
Yes.
110, what are we looking at here?
This is the portions of the bed and then the
Oh,
nightstands next to the bed.
Days.
What is on the nightstand here in this image zoomed up on 110?
A silver colored stud earring with a clear stone.
111,
Same earring.
112, I always zoom in 40. 112,
Close up view of that same earring.
123,
This is the same nightstand with the top drawer open.
124,
And that same top drawer, that's going to be a silver colored ring.
approach with AN and AO, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you AN for identification, do you recognize this item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored ring with clear stones that I collected from the top drawer of the nightstand to the left of the bed along the east wall in the upstairs loft.
As depicted in this image?
Yes.
Is that red box to the right, just like that day?
I don't believe so.
AO for identification, do you recognize AO for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one silver colored earring with clear stone that I collected from the top of the nightstand.
In the previous images we just discussed?
Yes,
Did you package and label these items in a similar fashion as the previous items?
I did.
Are they in substantially the same condition as we last saw them?
They are.
Your Honor, this time take
Any objection? Number 17 and number 18.
Sorry, guys, it's boring. I know I'm not in the mood either, so it's not the most entertaining stream right now. I know. You can blame me. Don't blame Sarah P. Blame me. The chat's quiet as well, so the chat keeps me going, guys. Keeps me going. I need you guys. 20. Do you know what? I'm gonna give out a membership. Shall I? Yeah, might as well. Because it might brighten a bad day.
Image 135, what are we looking at?
This is the entertainment stand in that same loft.
Is that US currency that we see in there?
It is
How much?
$20.
Did you collect that?
I did.
Approach with A, D for identification.
Nay.
What's the second letter? D is in Delta. Recognize A, D for identification.
I do.
What do you recognize there?
$120 bill that I collected from the entertainment center.
That one in this image?
Yes,
Package and seal it in a similar fashion as previous exhibits?
yes,
Substantially same conditions when you last saw it?
it is.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either.
Any objection?
I was being
Number
nice.
19.
I was being nice. I didn't catch that at all, Nunia, to be honest with you. Of course, it's Sarah P's fault. Let's give out a couple of memberships. Hopefully, they go to
136.
our favorite
An
people.
image of that currency with all of the papers on top removed.
137.
It's going to be a Bank of America receipt as well as a Bank of America card for Shanti Cooper.
Collected.
Yes, sir.
138. What are we looking at?
This is the shower curtain in the upstairs bathroom.
139.
The curtain covering the window in the upstairs bathroom.
There you go.
The shower curtain again.
Okay.
141.
This is inside of the bath and the shower.
142.
Another angle of inside of the shower.
143.
Probably Ingrid
Same
gets
further
this
down.
one. I like you, Ingrid. I hope you get
This
a
is the
membership.
white shower curtain removed from the shower rod.
145.
The clear under liner of the shower curtain.
146.
The same.
Congratulations, Ace.
147.
This is the back wall of the shower.
148.
Closer view.
And are you familiar with any chemicals that would presumptively show something to be blood if it turns blue?
Yes.
What chemical or chemicals would do that?
It's called a Medo black.
Another one.
And do you recognize that as what you're observing in these photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at? 149.
An area that reacted to that chemical.
I don't know who that is. The
And
verdict.
does it bear any resemblance to anything based on your experience of processing scenes over the course of 16 years, you said?
Yes.
What does it bear resemblance to?
It does appear to be a hand.
Where on the shower wall is this marker?
If you're looking into the shower, with the tub being at the base, the shower walls here, and then the shower wall you're facing, it's on this back wall.
How high up?
It was fairly high. I can't give you an exact height.
Is that what we're looking at in image 147?
Yes.
So the top large tile that appears to be, I don't know, 15 or 18 inches? Doing math quickly.
That's a safe guess, yes.
On to 150, is that another image of that suspected handprint?
Yes, closer view.
Did that have sufficient ridge detail to be able to lift any prints from it?
Not that I remember, no.
What are we looking at in 151?
This is the bath mat.
And did you collect that item?
I did. May. I do. This is one brown rug with 2 suspected blood spots that I collected from the bathroom floor.
Did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Is it substantially the same condition as the last one?
It is.
Any objection? Did you say no? Number 20?
So I don't know who the verdict watch is,
May?
but welcome.
Recognize AH for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is one Wells Fargo receipt as well as one Florida driver's license belonging to David Michael Tronnes.
Where was that collected from?
It's also a Wells Fargo credit card, and it was collected from the Wells Fargo bank envelope from the garage bathroom.
On April 30th?
Yes,
Did you package and label it and seal it in a similar fashion as described before?
I did.
Is it substantially the same condition?
It is.
Stated with AH for identification methods?
Any objection? Without objection, 21.
That's all good.
May?
AP for identification, you recognize this item?
Right. So the problem I got in the corner, right, is what? So the problem I got is StreamYard does not let me play about with the volume. So I'm at max. See you later, Sarah. I'll explain this to you now, Nicole. Hang on. See you, Sarah. See you tomorrow. I'll hear what you say to that. Thanks for streaming and thank you, everyone. Chat. Thank you. See you tomorrow, Sarah P. Thank you for everything. So, problem I got is what my problem is. I don't remember what my problem is now. Oh, so I can't distinguish between the volumes. So trying to make it so it's not too loud because of my mic. My mic is over there now. It's like literally more than arm length away from me. with Streamlabs, I'm able to control the mic and control the desktop stuff, the court, but with StreamYard I can't. So whatever volume we've got here is the best I can do. So it sucks, but it is what it is. Right.
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one Bank of America MasterCard belonging to Shanti Cooper.
No worries.
Several images back, is that what we were talking about?
Yes.
Did you package it, label it, and seal
Same
it?
troubles.
I
did.
Is it substantially the same condition as the last saw?
It is.
No objection.
Without objection, 22.
So that's why it sucks that people have to use the TVs and stuff then, but you know, it is what it is.
Image 152,
These are going to be areas of suspected blood on the brown rug from the bathroom.
did they ultimately prove to be blood, at least presumptively with the test you did?
Presumptively, yes.
175,
My gray card that states the date, case number, and my name.
did you process any part of that residence inside or outside for latent fingerprints?
I did.
May I approach with AU, AV, AW for identification?
You may.
First, turning to AU, do you recognize AU for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a latent lift card that I lifted from the interior on the glass door into the loft.
And at this time, state AU for identification and evidence?
No objection.
Objection
Okay.
number 23.
That makes sense. That makes sense then. Good. I'm glad. It's not just me
Can you
then.
witness stand down
Good,
to
bad.
publish 23?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury first how you make a latent lift?
Mike.
And what is it that you're looking, how are these things done? You say potentially, is it necessary that every time a human touches the surface that they do it to the camera? Does it depend on the surface? What ways does the surface matter? In what ways does it matter who the person is?
May.
While they're doing that, I'm going to ask you about AV for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
So this is another latent lift card, and this one is from the exterior on the glass door into the loft.
And does it have the similar information you described before as to where it was collected from and by whom and on what the date and time?
It does.
Asking you about AW now. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a third latent lift card. This one is from the exterior on the glass door into the loft.
And did you collect those last two in the similar fashion as you collected the first one as you described?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move AV and AW into evidence.
Any objection? Number 24, number 25. You may.
It's all good. It's still annoying though, but it's all good.
You recognize D for identification?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
These are 3 wooden slats with suspected blood that I collected from the bed frame in the upstairs loft.
You did this on April 30th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move D for identification into evidence.
Without objection, number 26.
So I'm playing this at 1.5, so we get a bit quicker through because it's only identifying stuff. It's not really wow. Do you know what I mean? Tomorrow we'll be back to usual pace. It's been a long day. We've streamed. Well, I've streamed from 9 hours non-stop so far, so pretty good going. 9 hours. I gotta do 24-hour stream as well. Motherfucker. Might get Sarah P to do it. 24 hours. Just get Sarah to do it. They're approaching. So yeah, I've done with the wheel for a bit. Sarah P and Josie's supposed to do a mods only. I've got a 24-hour one to do. I'm not sure what I'm going to do it some weekend. I might just do Johnny Depp deep dive and watch that. I've got so many episodes left to watch, so I might just do that. I could probably watch 4 episodes of Johnny Depp trial. So that's what I might do. But don't ask me when I'm going to do it. I will do it, but
We're at a little bit of awkward time. We'd like to keep going because we have a witness that needs to be somewhere else tomorrow morning, but that might keep us, instead of stopping at 5, more like closer to 6. I want to check with everyone to see where they're at on that today. Will you raise your hand if that's starting to panic you a little bit? Anyone? State, you may proceed.
yeah, I could say what I want now, don't you? Because she's driving, so it's fine. So sorry is listening with motherfucker. I ain't fucking doing that. But hey, do you know what I mean? She's not here, so she can't
Approach with BM for identification.
say anything. She can't defend herself.
When you image 1 on BM for identification.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You recognize these images on BM?
You do?
Or this time statement with BM for identification.
Any objection? 27.
Or I might do it as 2 12-hour streams or something. I don't know. We'll have a think about it.
On May
Let's do
10th, did you
12
process
streams,
any of the
yeah,
items
yeah.
that you had collected on April 30th at Orlando Police Department?
I photographed them, yes.
Publishing states 27, image 1. What are we looking at here?
These were the items that I collected from the envelope in the vanity from the garage bathroom. So it's a receipt, driver's license, and credit card.
One of the exhibits we just entered.
Correct.
Image 2,
The backside of both of the cards.
image 3,
The envelope that everything was within.
image 4,
The backside of the same envelope.
image 5,
The $200 in cash that was inside of the envelope.
image 6,
The same one.
the back of them,
Oh, it's the back of them, yes.
7,
That's going to be the $20 bill and the Bank of America card from the upstairs loft and the entertainment center.
previously entered into evidence.
Correct.
Back of those in image 8,
Yes.
image 9, what are we looking at?
My placard that has the date, the case number, and my information.
On April 19th, 2019, did you have the opportunity to go to Polk County, Florida, specifically Lake?
I did.
Who did you go with?
Detective Sprague.
And did you document this process with digital photography?
I did.
And approach with BU for identification?
You may.
You recognize these images?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are images that I took at the address in Lakeland, Florida.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move BU for identification and evidence.
Any objection? We have a moment. Yes?
I was saying, I have only watched,
28.
Permission to publish?
I've only watched, I think, so I've never watched the whole trial yet. So I'm still on episode 13, I believe, or 12, 13. So I've not seen Amber Heard's testimony yet. So I'm one of a small amount of people that still like Amber Heard. So I need to catch up with it and finish it off. I'm halfway through the trial, but I've never seen it. So I'm trying to go through it. But it's a slog. Do you know what I mean? It is a tough slog. So I know that I'm probably one of the only people in the world that's never seen the trial, but I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to go through it.
Starting with the last image, 156. Do you recognize this image?
I do.
What is it?
My gray card that shows the date, the case number, and my information.
What are we looking at in image 53?
This is the address that I responded to.
What's 63?
This is once we went down the elevators to the floor below us, and this is going to be the path of travel I took.
64, more of that path.
Yes, sir.
65, same.
Same.
66, more of the same.
Yes, sir.
67, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a set of lockers.
68,
Same set of lockers, some with locks, some without.
69,
Focusing in on locker, a specific locker with a gold lock.
in the foreground bottom.
Yes,
Zoomed in 70.
correct.
71,
Locker number 8.
72, is that the lock on locker 8?
It is.
73, is that the contents of locker 8?
It is.
Did you collect those contents?
I did.
May I approach the A?
May.
What are these contents?
Showing you A for identification. Do you recognize A?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is one white fitted sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On that date?
Yes.
At this time?
Yes.
You packaged it?
Yes.
Labeled it?
Yes.
Sealed it?
Yes.
In similar fashions as we described with previous exhibits?
Yes.
Other than any FDLE tape that might be on it, is it substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, it's time to take a move A for identification.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
29.
I've watched half of it. I've watched 13 episodes of it. I just got the rest to go.
B for identification. Do you recognize B for identification?
I do.
I'm sorry? B as in boy, sorry.
I've been
What do you
streaming
recognize
it.
it as?
This is one white
It's a
top
play-
sheet in its original packaging with a
playlist.
custody sheet collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida.
On April 19th, 2019?
Yes.
From that locker?
Yes.
Packaged, labeled, and sealed in a similar fashion as we described with previous exhibits?
Yes,
Other than any FDLE tape that may be on it or may not be on it, is in a substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
it is.
Your Honor, this time state B for identification.
Any, without objection, number 30.
I think the trial's okay though, Death Heard, but it's not wow or anything yet. Everyone's like, "Oh, the judge is the best." What?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This
These
box
are-
contains one white top sheet, 2 white standard pillowcases, 1 white pillow cover, 1 white pillow sham, 1 pair of black socks that were collected from Prison Break Investigations in Lakeland, Florida with its original packaging and custody sheet.
Did you say something was wet or white?
White.
And did you package it, label it, and seal it in a similar fashion as the previous exhibits?
I did.
Other than any FDLE tape that is not on that, is that in substantially the same condition as when you last saw it?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, state move K for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 31.
So the judge for Death Heard, she's okay, but I don't think she's what people are saying. Oh my gosh, she's the best judge ever. I'm like, not yet. Anyway, I've not seen it. But I will watch it. I will watch it. I need to get slam a couple through. Dr. Hines wants to join me for a few as well.
Image 74?
This is going to be
Seems
one of the
quite a
bags
bit
with
wants
the
to come
attached
on.
chain of custody sheet from Prison Break Investigations.
75?
The bag that shows the private investigator Billy Lane's initials, date, time.
Yeah, everyone did.
76?
An overall view of the building that I responded to.
I don't see it yet.
This is an additional overall view of one of the bags containing all of the case information as well as the Prison Break Investigations chain of custody sheet.
I think she's okay.
A close-up of the chain of custody sheet.
79?
All of the information that was written on the bag.
80?
Closer view of that information.
81?
I believe the back side of that same bag.
82?
Close-up of the seal on that bag.
83,
Closer view yet of the same seal.
84,
An additional set of initials and the seal as well.
85,
Same bag, same seal.
86,
Appears to be the second bag with the prison break investigations chain of custody sheet.
87,
Close up of just the chain of custody sheet for that bag.
88,
The information written on that particular bag.
89,
Backside of that bag.
90,
The seal on the bag with all of the information from Billy Lane.
91,
A different view.
92,
Same bag, different view.
93,
Yeah,
Opposite
this
side
is
of the bag.
interesting.
Same bag.
94,
It's going to be the contents of one of the bags.
95.
Overall view of the contents of the bag.
Now, are you doing this where?
This is back in my lab.
96?
Another view of the white item.
Madam Clerk, can we cut the lights again? Thank you. 97?
This is the item spread out onto paper, and then we were marking areas of discoloration.
Who's we?
Myself and Detective Sprague helped me initially.
98?
Additional stains marked with scales.
99?
A close-up of stain number 1.
100?
Medium view of stain number 2.
101?
Additional stains marked with scales.
102?
Close-up of stain number 3.
103? Image 103?
Close-up of stain number 4.
Image 104?
Overall of additional applied scales to other stains.
105?
Close-up to labeled stain number 5.
106?
Close-up of stain number 6.
107?
Overall of multiple scales.
108?
Closer view of multiple scales.
109?
Close view of stain number 7.
110?
Up close view of stain number 8.
111?
Overall view of multiple labeled stains.
112?
Close up of stain number 9.
Ciao. I watched every minute of that, not for the celebrity aspect. I'm not really bothered about all that. Obviously not, because celebrity aspect, you're here with me. I ain't the celebrity, so I know that you're a real one, down to earth girl. Yeah, I need to watch it. But Judge Penny for me at the minute is like she's not bad, but it's like whenever it told me she's the best judge ever, I'm like, I don't see it. I'm just like I don't really see it. But we'll see. Anyway, so yeah, non-celebrities here. That's why you guys are here. Let's go.
113?
Close up of stain number 10.
114?
Close up of stain number 11.
115?
Close up of stain number 12.
116?
Close up of stain number 13.
117?
Overall of multiple applied scales.
118?
Another image including multiple labeled areas with scales.
119?
More areas labeled with scales.
120?
Close up view of stain number 14.
121?
Close up view of stain number 15.
122?
Close up view of stain number 16.
123?
Close up view of stain number 17.
124?
Close up view of stain number 18.
125?
Close up of stain number 19.
126?
Close up of stain number 20.
127?
Close up of stain number 21.
128?
Close up of stain number 22.
129?
Close up of stain number 23.
130?
Close up of stain number 24.
131?
Overall image with multiple applied scales.
132?
Close up of stain number 25.
133?
Close up of stain number 26.
134?
Close up of stain number 27.
135?
Overall image again with multiple scales.
136?
It's going to be close up of stain number 28.
137?
Close up of stain number 29.
138?
Overall with multiple applied scales.
139?
Close up of stain number 30.
140?
Close up of stain number 31.
141?
Close up of stain number 32.
142?
And close up of stain number 33.
143?
This is the second bag and its contents.
What are the contents?
This had a top sheet, a fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases, a pillow sham, a pillow cover, a pair of black socks.
Was. Yeah, she was.
Overall image of the contents of the bag.
145?
Additional overall images of the contents of the bag.
146?
One of the pillowcases,
147?
the black socks.
148?
That's going to be top sheet number 2.
149?
The fitted sheet.
150?
This is pieces or a piece of a leaf.
151?
An overall of a piece of a leaf.
152?
Closer view of that leaf.
153?
An overall view of the fitted sheet.
154?
An
Hi,
overall view of
Carol.
the pillow cover.
155?
So, give you a brief breakdown. I know people get annoyed when you want to stop all the time, but give you a brief breakdown. This is the David Trones versus Florida. It is the Bathtub murder trial. So he is accused of alleviating her. She was found in the, well, he says allegedly she was found in the bathtub and dragged her into the bedroom. We've not seen much. We've heard his 911 call. We've also had a few testimonies now. The forensic people are on the stand and stuff like that. Just goes through documenting everything really. So there's a bit of this. There's not been any much blood or anything like that. It's only been like stains and a few blood droplets around the place. But I think Ingrid's our expert. Ingrid's going to be our expert on this trial. It happened 5.5 years ago, so you've missed a little bit, but you've not missed major stuff here. So you'll be fine. You've missed about 3.5 hours. Well, not 3 hours worth. So, oh, excuse me, sorry, but you'll be fine. Actually, the Lord, yeah, I think Nunya and Unicorn. What do you talk about Johnny Depp? The other one's talking about Pop.
Same pillow cover on the opposite side.
And then 156.
That is
Sorry, I
my
can't
record
do
containing the
better, but
date,
that's
the
the
case
gist
information,
of
and my
it.
name.
That's the gist of it, Carol. And we're playing it at 1.5 just to catch up to live. They're still going live, by the way. So, and we are about 40 minutes behind, 42 minutes behind, and they're still going.
B as in boy, W as in Will.
Say, hey, Carol. Hi, Carol.
You recognize the images on this item?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be the contents of bag number 2.
This time the statement would be W for identification and evidence.
The objection, number 32.
Permission to publish?
Okay.
Starting with the last image, 38, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And where were you doing these photographs?
This will be at my lab.
Image 1,
Pillowcase,
image 2,
backside of same pillowcase.
Oh, no, you're fine.
3,
Pillowcase with applied scales to stained areas.
You're perfectly fine.
Close up of stain number 1.
5,
Close up of stain number 2.
6,
Close up of stain number 3.
7,
A second pillowcase.
8,
Opposite side of that pillowcase.
9,
Pillowcase with a scale applied.
10,
This is an up close of stain number 1 on pillowcase number 2.
11.
The back side of that pillowcase.
I'm easily confused. I just blame Sarah P. She should be here more in this, like, so no one gets confused. So Sarah P, it's all your fault that everyone's confused here now in chat. So we just blame Sarah P.
Up close view of stain number 2
On pillowcase number 2,
on pillowcase number 2.
13,
Close up of stain number 3 on pillowcase number 2.
14,
This is the pillow cover.
15,
Back side of the pillow cover.
16,
Overall view with applied scales to stained areas.
17,
Stain number 1 on the pillow cover. Stain number 1.
18,
Stain number 2 on the pillow cover.
19,
Stain number 3 on the pillow cover.
20,
Stain number 5 on the pillow cover.
21,
Stain number 4 on the pillow cover.
22,
The pillow sham.
23,
The back side of the pillow sham.
24,
The overall of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
25,
Pillow sham stain number 1.
26,
Pillow sham stain number 2.
27,
Pillow sham stain number 3.
28,
This is the back side of the pillow sham with applied scales to stained areas.
29,
It's the pillow sham stain number 4.
30,
The pillow sham stain number 5.
31,
And the pillow sham stain number 6.
32,
The pillow sham stain number 7.
33,
This is going to be top sheet number 2.
34,
An overall view of multiple applied scales.
35,
We all are
Top sheet number
fine.
2, stain 1.
36,
Top sheet number 2, stain
It's
2.
fine, Unicorn.
37,
Top sheet number 2, stain 3.
and 38 is where we started.
You may.
Recognize these images?
I do.
What do you recognize them as?
These are going to be additional images of the contents of one of the bags.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move BX for identification and evidence.
Any objection? Number 33.
Move to publish.
May.
Image 32, what are we looking at?
My gray card with the date, case number, and my information.
And this is at the Orlando.
Still Sarah's fault.
7
Still
seconds.
Sarah P's
It's in my
fault.
lab, yes.
Image number 1.
This is the fitted sheet.
Image 2.
This is the fitted sheet spread out and up close view of stain number 1,
Image 3.
and overall of multiple applied scales.
4.
Close up of fitted sheet stain 2,
5.
close up of fitted sheet stain 3,
6.
a close up of fitted sheet stain 4,
7.
close up of fitted sheet stain 5,
8.
overall of multiple applied scales.
9.
Fitted sheet stain 6,
10.
fitted sheet stain 7,
11.
fitted sheet stain 8,
12.
fitted sheet stain 9,
13.
closer view of the fitted sheet stain 9,
14.
the fitted sheet stain 10,
15.
closer view of stain 10,
16.
overall view of multiple applied scales,
17.
close up of fitted sheet stain 11,
18.
close up of fitted sheet stain 12.
19.
Applied scales,
20.
close up of fitted sheet stain 13.
22.
It's going to be a close up of fitted sheet stain 15.
21. Is that 14?
It is.
Image 23.
Close up of 2 applied scales to stained areas.
24.
Close up of fitted sheet stain 16.
Image 25.
Overall of multiple applied scales.
6.
Closer view of stain 18, I believe.
27.
Closer view yet of stain 18.
28.
Overall of multiple applied scales.
29.
Going to be a closer view of stain number 19.
30.
Closer yet of the same stain.
31.
Overall view of stained area.
No more questions of this witness.
Thank you. Ross?
Can I have some lights? I want to be able to see Investigator Monroe. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now, going back to April 30th of 2018, you went to the scene at 218 East Copeland, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified that you went with Detective Sprague.
Detective Sprague and Detective McClelland.
Was anybody else there?
No.
Do you recall whether there were any dogs present?
I do not believe there were.
And what was the primary purpose that you were going there?
I was asked to respond for a search warrant.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had the scene already been processed previously?
It had been processed, yes.
And a number of the items that have been admitted into evidence today were items that you collected on April 30th, correct?
Yes.
So about 6 days after the initial processing. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You collected a number of items that were left behind after that first scene process, correct? Shower curtain, yes?
Don't believe I collected the shower curtain.
Okay, but you took some photographs that may not have been initially taken, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bath mat?
I collected a bath mat.
What about a white towel?
I did collect a white towel.
I thought we saw a white towel there hanging in some of the photographs you took. Some sheets, some pillowcases were also collected by you.
Not from the initial scene, no, ma'am.
Right, but you collected those. That collected those items that weren't initially collected during the first processing of the scene. You collected those, correct? I'm not asking you about what date.
Just in general collection of sheets, yes, I did collect sheets.
Okay. On April 30th, you did some other things at the scene also, didn't you? You took some photographs of the main residence.
I did, yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of taking the photographs in the main residence?
That was at the request of Detective Sprague, just for documentation purposes.
Do you recall there being construction items there?
It was very much under construction, yes.
All right. Do you recall ladders?
I would have to refer to my photos, but
I'm just asking if you recall.
I don't recall ladders.
Also on that day, did you do something with regard to a washing machine?
I did, yes.
What did you do with regard to the washing machine?
I did overall photographs, and then I also swabbed the basin of the washing machine.
And what was the reason that you were doing that?
So that was in conjunction with Detective Sprague. We decided to swab the basin and test it for suspected blood, which was negative.
Now, turning to the sheets, looks like you spent quite a bit of time processing the sheets, looking for areas where there might have been stains on the sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it uncommon for there to be stains on bed sheets and pillowcases?
No.
There might even be completely innocent reasons that there might be stains on sheets and pillowcases, correct?
Correct.
Scratching your face in the middle of the night, yes?
That's possible, yes.
Stains from pets?
Yes.
Stains from children or spilling food, yes?
Yes.
Menstrual blood?
Yes.
Okay. So there would be any number of reasons why there might be stains on sheets, yes?
Yes, ma'am, there could be.
Do you have any knowledge that these sheets, any personal knowledge that these sheets were actually used on the bed that was on scene at 218 East Copeland?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any idea of the time frame that these sheets would have been used on the bed?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Do you have any personal information about when or if these sheets were washed?
I do not.
The only thing that you know is that there was no blood present in the washing machine that you processed, correct?
Correct.
Oh, what did you? Were you a nurse or something, Unicorn, or what were you in hospital then? That's cool. I didn't know. We've got loads of people in the medical industry here, but yeah, what did you used to do then? Well, that's a sad story, mine.
Turning to the nightstand that we saw the photographs of, that was directly next to the bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Who opened up the drawer?
I believe one of the detectives, but I can't recall which one.
Okay. And who directed what photographs you were going to take and what was collected from that drawer?
So when evidence is located, it is common to do an overall mid-range and close-up of the item, and then it is collected.
But who made those decisions?
Ultimately, it is the detectives, and we work in conjunction with them.
Okay. Turning to the ring, do you recall who directed you to photograph and collect the ring?
No, ma'am, I do not.
All right. There were some ring boxes that were located in that drawer. Were those collected?
I did not collect those, no, ma'am.
Right. So there were items that were left behind in the drawer that weren't collected or processed, correct?
Correct.
Do you personally know whether that drawer was completely empty?
I do not.
All right. Did you empty or go through any other drawers?
Nope.
When you went back to the scene on April 30th of 2018, had the scene already been turned back over to the owner of the property?
I don't have knowledge of that.
And the last question that I have for you revolves around the leaf that was located in the sheets. Do you know where that came from?
I don't.
Do you know if it was turned over to anyone for processing or identification?
The leaf itself?
The leaf itself. Did you package it or process it in any way?
I did not process it. It was packaged and placed into our property and evidence.
I have no other questions.
Any redirect?
No follow-up, she may be excused.
Any objection, defense? Defense, any objection to the witness being excused?
We would like for her to remain subject to.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Just know that you're still under subpoena.
Excused for the day.
Of course, absolutely. Just stay in touch so that if they need you back, they can reach you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Honestly, Sarah P is a nurse, you see.
Statement, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls
It's
Ms.
cool.
Kane.
So yeah, Sarah P is a nurse, but she's working in the office in a minute. I see specifically. Got quite a few people here. I said nurse, but he could have been a doctor. He could have been anything. Do you know what I mean? So, apologies for that.
Thank you.
Most people
Good
that
afternoon,
here.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Louis Kane, C-A-I-N.
Where are you currently employed?
Right now, currently with TSA as a TSO.
How long have you been in that job?
I started processing in March, but I started August 14th.
At some point prior to working as a TSA agent, did you work as a CSI?
Yes, sir.
What agency did you work for a CSI for?
Orlando Police Department.
And if you could just give the jury a brief idea of what you had to do to hold that position.
I was a crime scene investigator for 20 years.
What sort of training you had in order to?
Oh, I'm sorry, beg your pardon. I went through photography training, then 3 phases of training with a field training officer, which consisted of a month. So approximately 3-4 months, including the photography. And then once you reach that capacity, you are on your own and you're a certified crime scene investigator. And then you take the necessary steps, practical tests, as well as written tests to get promoted from crime scene investigator 1 to crime scene investigator 2, and then crime scene investigator 3.
Were you working in your capacity as a CSI for the Orlando Police Department back in April of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to respond to Orlando Police Headquarters on April 24th of 2018 around 17:15 hours?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you tasked with taking photographs of a suspect by the name of David Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review those photographs before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect I'm showing for the example of identification as state's BK. Commissioner Brooks,
May.
permission to approach the witness.
May.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as state's BK. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
They're my initials in today's date, the CD with the photographs on it.
Okay. And is this the photos of David Tronnes that you took?
Yes, sir.
They are an accurate depiction.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as state's BK.
Any objection?
None.
Read number 34.
John, yeah, I get you. Oh, hi, John. I didn't even recognize it was you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
May.
Yeah, if you could dim the lights, that would be great. All right, can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
That's my camera case and our grade card that we use to depict the date and the agency case number, and you can see my name down at the bottom as the photographer.
Going to photograph 2 in this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
That's the interview room number 6 at Orlando Police Headquarters up in CID.
And what are we looking at in photograph 3 of this exhibit?
That's the defendant I photographed.
This is a closer view of.
I know you're not talking about Sarah
Yes, sir.
P.
Is this also just a closer view of his face?
Yes, sir.
I think she's here office based now, she said.
Those are what we
She
call
misses
profile
the-
photographs, where we show both sides of the person that we're
She
photographing.
misses the nursing element, she said.
That would be the opposite view.
She wants to get back to it.
What are we looking at in 8?
The defendant's hands that I photographed.
What are we looking at in 9?
The palms of the hands.
Yeah. Trouble is, you said lovely and warm vibe about Sarah P. She's a bitch. No, I'm joking. She's lovely.
We're looking
She's
at the
lovely.
defendant in the clothing that he had on when I photographed him from the waist
She
down.
keeps me in line.
And then what are you trying to depict in this photo?
In that particular photograph, that would
Yeah,
be what
bet.
appeared to be blood on his
I
pants.
I'll just stop with that. My cousin's just been, well, my second cousin, she's just been made a sister. In a ward somewhere. So she's my godmother, my first cousin, she's a sister in London in King's College. She's been a sister for years. Or I think she's higher than sister now. She's quite higher in the nursing world anyway. She's met royalty and stuff like that. And another cousin of my second cousin, he's a doctor. Been a doctor for a couple of years now. So yeah, it's quite cool.
And is this just a closer view of
I
that,
respect
this
people that do that
Yes,
kind
sir.
of work. Respect them. I couldn't do it. Well, I could do some elements of it. I just couldn't do the injecting. No, I know sister means nurse,
Is
but
this
she's
suspected blood with
anyway.
measuring?
Yes, sir. We use a scale to depict the area that we're photographing for a one-to-one comparison to see how big it is.
Another angle.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at in this photo?
That would be the back of the defendant. I photograph a full frontal view and then a full back view.
How about this photo? This appears to be the right hand.
Yes, sir.
Is this a closer view of that right hand that appears to depict some sort of scrape on the pinky finger?
Yes, sir. That would be the right little finger and the knuckle area.
Just another view of that scrape on the right little finger.
Yes, sir, but with the scale.
Unicorn's got it, yeah. That's fine.
Oh, we can turn the lights. In addition to taking the photographs we just looked at of the defendant, did you also take what's called a buccal or a buccal swab?
Yes, sir.
And can you just explain to the jury what that is, how you do that?
It's a procedure that we do for obtaining a standard for DNA analysis. We take a sterile swab, and it's got a cotton tip, and we insert it inside the mouth. And what we're looking for are the cells from the cheeks. It's not the saliva; it's the cheek cells that they use to obtain the DNA analysis. So we just insert it in the mouth and vigorously rub it in the cheeks, both sides, and that's what our DNA standard is.
And did you do that related to the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
In addition to taking the buccal swab, did you also take fingernail clippings and hand swabs of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states T. Commissioner Bushel.
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as states T, U, and B. Can you just take a look at these exhibits? Let me know once you've had a chance to look at them. And are those the buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, and hand swabs that you yourself took from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And did you package them and mark the package?
Yes, sir. With my initials and the date at the time that they were packaged.
And are they in a substantially similar condition to when you packaged them up?
Substantially, they've gone to the lab since I packaged them. That's the FDLE markings. And
Yeah, I don't know, Nunya. I don't know.
At this time, the state offers
Good question.
evidence what's been previously marked for identification.
Any objection? That's 35, 36, and 37.
In addition to those items, were clothing items collected from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tank top and those pajama pants that we saw him wearing in those photos?
I collected red tank top, the gray Stafford pajamas, pajama pants, and he had on a pair of sneakers and a pair of socks.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked for identification as states L and states M. Mr. Roach?
May?
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states L and M. Do you recognize these exhibits? Take a look at them.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's different than engraved. If it's strangulation, Jesus, how do you explain that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the tank top and pajama pants that you took at evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you package those yourself?
Thank you, Ingrid, for sharing.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been previously marked for identification as states L and states M.
Any objection? 38, 39.
So after collecting the evidence at Orlando Police Headquarters and taking the evidence from the defendant, were you tasked with the next day going to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And when you went to the medical examiner's office, did you ultimately make contact with the body of the decedent, Shanti Cooper-Tronnes?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself roll standard fingerprints?
Yes, sir. Major case prints.
About 20 minutes, well, 15, 16 minutes left.
As states BB. Mr. Approach?
May?
Let the record reflect showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states BB.
They're the major case prints, including the palms, all digits of the 10 fingers.
And these are the major case prints that you rolled yourself from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And this took place at the medical examiner's
Any objection? Number 40.
In addition to rolling yourself the major case prints, did you collect other items from the medical examiner?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect an earring?
I collected, yes, maybe 2 pair of earrings, but I know at least an earring.
Did you collect the decedent's shorts and shirt?
I collected her clothing that she had on.
Did you collect anal, hand, and neck swabs from the decedent?
I collected all of the swabs that were conducted during the autopsy that they took. Yes.
Did that also include vaginal and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect a DNA card of the decedent?
Yes, sir.
And did you collect some pulled hair and fingernail clippings from the decedent?
Yes, sir.
When you say a DNA card, can you just explain to the jury what that is?
At the time of the autopsy, they take a blood sample and drop it on a cardboard card, and that's the standard for the deceased. And they put it in a manila envelope once it dries, and then we go and pick up the clothing that the deceased had on, as well as any swabs that were conducted or anything in addition at the time of the autopsy, and transport it back to Orlando Police Headquarters.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel the mark identification as states in O and Q. The witness?
Okay.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness the mark identification as states in, states O, and states Q. Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
Are those items that you packaged from the medical examiner?
Yes.
And did this thing is similar to when you packaged them?
Yes, sir, they are.
At this time, the state offers states in, states O, and states P.
Any objection? 41, 42, 43.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the opposing counsel states Q, R, and S for identification.
You may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the mark identification as states Q, R, and S. You can just let me know if you do that. Did you have a chance to look at those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself package those?
Yes.
And are they substantially similar condition to when you packaged them?
Yes.
This time, this is swabs from hand, swabs from neck, and DNA card from Shanti Cooper.
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers evidence of mark identification as states Q, states R, and states S.
Any objection? 44, 45, 46.
Finally, I'm showing opposing counsel with the mark identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ. Mr. Roach?
May.
Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness with the mark identification as states X, states AI, and states AJ. You can just take a look at these and let me know if you have an opportunity to do that. Are those items you package including pulled hair and fingernail clippings, vaginal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes, sir.
And are they in a substantially similar condition?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state offers into evidence what's been marked for identification as states X, states AJ, and states AI.
Any objection? 47, 48, 49.
No further questions. Thank you.
Defense Cross?
Good evening.
You were called down to the station to take photographs and at the direction of Detective Montford,
Yes, sir.
and you arrived at the police station around 5:15 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Tronnes under arrest as far as you're aware?
I'm not aware of that.
He was there voluntarily, wasn't he?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Are you aware if there was a warrant or anything of that kind?
I'm not privy to that knowledge. I was assigned to take photographs, and those are issues that, as a civilian, I'm not involved in, sir.
Okay, did you observe an attorney present with Mr. Tronnes?
Not at the time that I was photographing him, sir. No.
You collected all of his clothing.
Yes, sir.
You saw photographs of them.
Yes, sir.
You collected some pants.
Yes, sir.
You described them as pajama pants.
Yes, sir.
You see the picture of them. They look like jogging pants, casual wear, don't they?
Is that a question, sir?
Yes.
No, they appear to be pajama pants.
The material on those pants to you resemble something that somebody would wear as sleeping wear?
The brand name Stafford is a pajama men's.
So
Stafford, yes, sir.
As far as you're concerned, Stafford doesn't make anything but pajamas.
I'm not saying that. I'm answering your question, sir. It appeared to be pajama pants to me. That's the way I described them.
And you don't walk around in this day and age and see people wearing clothes like that out and about, exercising or at the grocery store or such?
Objection, relevance, false speculation.
Sustain?
You did collect the clothes.
Yes, sir.
You swabbed his mouth.
Yes, sir.
This was all voluntary, wasn't it? Did he cooperate?
Yes, sir.
You clipped his nails
Yes, sir.
without issue?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph them before his nails were clipped?
Yes, sir.
All right, you swabbed both hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
You photographed his hands.
Yes, sir.
You noted a small scratch on the knuckle of a little finger.
Yes, sir.
Didn't it appear to you as if the scratch was in healing mode?
Objection, false speculation, foundation.
Sustain?
Did you observe the scratch up close?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear fresh?
Describe fresh, sir.
Actively bleeding?
No, sir. Not at the time.
Swelling of any kind?
No, sir.
In fact, did you observe any bruising or swelling at all on Mr. Tronnes' hands?
No, sir.
One moment. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Will the attorneys approach?
All right, they're done for the night. But we'll see what time they're back tomorrow.
That you're not to do any research of any kind, and that includes with anyone about, don't even want to remind you not to talk tomorrow. Again, I want to remind you not to talk with anyone about, we're going to go ahead and be in recess. We're going to be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow. Again, I want to remind you not to talk with anyone about the case. Don't let anyone say anything to you. Don't let anyone say anything to you or in your presence. If they try to, tell them with anyone.
9:30. Shit. I started too early. Right, it's done for the day. Thank God for that. I might change. Yeah, we'll change it to. I don't know. No, we'll keep it as it is. Right, so we'll probably stream from about 1:45. Well, from probably about. Jesus, everything's flying. Right, breaking news. Because some of you here do enjoy it anyway. Where the fuck was that gone? I've lost my bloody bottle. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, I know where it's gone. Jesus, hang on. Oh, Jesus. I can't bloody find it. Oh. The bottle, water's everywhere. Freaking Nora. Hang on, I'll be back 2 seconds. Just need to get this off the floor. No. No, a mouse. Everything. Oh, I'm having a mare today. Having a mare, I'm telling you. Oi, don't karma for the wage therapy. Trust me. I love therapy. She's off. She's not listening now, so I love therapy. She knows how much I love her. She does a lot for me. She keeps me in my place, and she's very good. But also, she likes a little bit of a dig at her and stuff, you know. But she can take it, so that's why I give it to her. If I was nice to her, she doesn't like to be nice. She likes me to be like, "Come on, bitch, do some fucking work." So yeah. So the announcement for Matt Moore Wednesdays, next Wednesday, we have a special guest, which I believe now is confirmed by Matt. He just messaged me. Connie, juror number 8, she's going to be with us for the first hour. So the first hour on Wednesday is going to be Connie hour. So any questions you got for juror number 8, Connie, bring them. So she's only got an hour for us. So anything you guys want to ask, I mean, I'll promote it next week or whatever, but exclusives for you guys here. Literally just hot off the press. Literally. A master's message. It only came out about 5 minutes ago, so it is hot off the press. So spread the word. If you have any questions, she's got stories she wants to say as well. And we'll try and fit everything in. So yeah, so that I think that's a great get for us. So yeah, please, if you've got any questions, you know, she's going to be there to answer anything. So I say she's only with us for an hour. So what we're going to do is do Connie hour for the first hour, and then when she has to go, then we'll start the trial. So it might be a bit longer of a stream, but I mean, who cares? I mean, you know yourselves, Matt Moore Day. I love it. So, but that's thanks to Matt. Matt organised that. I wanted her on at some point, and Matt organised it and put it all together. So well done, Matt. So yeah, Carol, I know you'll enjoy that. So yeah, that's what we do. She's only got an hour for us, so we're not going to watch a trial with her. We're not going to waste an hour with her anyway. So that's what we're doing. So any questions, bring them with you. Don't be shy. Ask them in chat. I mean, I'm not going to be able to go through well, I'm hoping I'm not going to be able to go through all the questions, but she can have her voice, what she wants to say, and I'm sure as a panel we'll have questions, and hopefully you guys can help us out with more questions. So, with all that said, it's been a long 2, 3, 4, 5. Remind me what time the stream starts Wednesday. It starts at 8 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Mountain Time, 10 o'clock Central Time, 11 o'clock Eastern Time, 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock European time. So, I believe you're Eastern time, so that would be or Central. So, that's 10 or 11 then. No worries. Oh, Ingrid, that's so nice of you, Ingrid. It genuinely is nice. I love it when people say stuff like this. I'm happy I found this channel. This is my second live stream with you, and I'll continue to enjoy it. Thank you. Please join us tomorrow. Sorry, this stream today was a little bit off because I had to get through it. Because as you know yourself, look at the time zones we're in. So, but tomorrow we're back to normal. We play it normal. We'll have a chat. Get people like you, Ingrid, to contribute to the stream of it. It'd be great. Yeah, but I really appreciate you being here. More and more people that come here and give us insights and give us your opinions. I really do appreciate it. No worries, Carol. More than welcome. Eastern, fine. So 11 o'clock in the morning for you then. Thank you, Ingrid. Yes. Oh, that's fab. It's great to have you, Ingrid. And it is. We are a great community. We're a very small community. We're trying to grow, but we're growing slowly. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's great to do it because you get to know everyone. Do you know what I mean? And there's a few people that will obviously leave and stuff like that, but we get to know people. And yeah, I enjoy it like that. I enjoy it. I generally do. Um, you're awesome. Oh, thank you very much. I'm not you make me awesome, guys. And apologies for this stream this afternoon. It wasn't the best, I'll be honest, because we're trying to rush through. And also been streaming since 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's been nearly 10-hour stream for me today between both. So bit tired by the end. So sorry that's a little bit, obviously I'd like to talk a lot more, but thank you for that. So tomorrow, thank you, Ingrid. Tomorrow we'll start stream at around 8:45 Eastern, 1:45 UK time, 2:45 European time. But the trial doesn't start until 9:30 Eastern, 2:30 UK time, 2:30, 3:30 European time. So I've advertised it as that because I thought it might start at 9 a.m. So I'll start it around that time, but don't think you have to be here for that time. Just come in by the time the trial starts, and it'll be fine. Um, I'll just promote stuff about Connie tomorrow and stuff like that again. So and with that all said, guys, really appreciate you. Love you all. I generally do. I generally do believe we've got a nice chat going. I'm really grateful for Ingrid and Carol. There's new subscribers that join us. Central. So it'll be going live at 7:45 Central, but it's actually 7:30 Nunia. The trial will be starting Central. Sorry, Nunia. I forgot that you're Central. So yeah, be here by 7:30 tomorrow morning, Nunia, and you'll be fine. Don't come for 7:45. You don't need to. It'll only be me here. So yeah, I do appreciate you, all of you. Thank you so much. And if you've got any more people, we met some other people today. Tell them to come along. With Sabrina. Sabrina Dawson came over today. So, you know, anybody else we can get, happy days. As we say, happy days. That's what I'm saying. Um, we do too. I know, 100%, 100%. I know you do. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Nicole. You know that I appreciate you all the time. And anyone watching, Emma, she might have been better watching and stuff like that. Thank you so much. Yeah, with that, I'm not going to ramble on too much now. So thank you very much. I'm going to close it out with that. I'll be, but fine. You be taxiing, fine. After you taxiing, come back. We'll do that. And yeah, we get into this trial and see how it goes. But love you as always, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jonathan. If you're still here, don't change, Jonathan. I always say the same to Jonathan. Do not change. I love you, dude. Thank you so much. Because he makes this chat so fucking random. But thank you. Take care, everyone, and have a good evening. And thumbs up for the chat as you're right in here. Take care, guys. End stream. Ta-ra.